Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the RantCast Podcast. It is episode 48. Go ahead and I'll make sure I'm editing that here tonight. Hope everybody's having a good night. Go ahead and bring Kurgan on the line here real quick. Give me 1 second. Kurgan, you're on. Whenever you're ready. There we go. Give me 1 second and I'll get us showing some visuals here. I gotta edit that episode. Episode title here.
Jacer's here. Hey, Jacer.
Welcome, Jacer.
I'm trying not to do it too hard so the microphone.
I actually heard you the entire time that time. Anyway, welcome everybody. Welcome everybody to the RantCast Podcast. I am one of your hosts, Josh. I'm also known as the StrangeBus. You can catch me occasionally playing some video games over at twitch.tv/TheStrangeBus. That's twitch.tv/TheStrangeBus. I am joined by my great friend and also other host of the RantCast Podcast, and that is Kurgan, also known as HeroQuest Fans, and you can catch him every Friday and Saturday at twitch.tv/HeroQuestFans. That is twitch.tv/HeroQuestFans. Also on YouTube at XSC3 Home of HeroQuest Fans. Welcome and good evening, everybody. Kurgan, how are you doing tonight?
Great. Thanks for that awesome introduction. I was going to say, except for this weekend.
Oh, yeah, camping. Yeah.
And as usual, everybody said, as soon as I go on vacation, that's when big HeroQuest news hits. So get ready.
Indeed. Also, before we get started, before I forget personally, because, I'm starting off strong, don't want to end off weak. Before we begin this episode of the RantCast Podcast, the music, intro, and BR provided to us by Karl Casey at Whitebat Audio. You can find all that music if you want to start a project of your own or use that music, and that'll be at Karl Casey at Whitebat Audio on YouTube, or you do whitebataudio.com, or you check out his Bandcamp, and I believe that is still Whitebat Audio or karlcasey.bandcamp.com.
Oh man, yep, I use a lot of his stuff myself, so not sponsored, just free music.
Yes, royalty-free music, and you can use that in your projects, and he has never let us down. He also does a premium service for people who want to use some more diverse music or edit his music for their own projects. So once again, that is his Bandcamp. That is bandcamp.com. You can do karlcasey.bandcamp.com. Anyway, moving forward, we're going to be talking about some great topics. We got a long and beautiful podcast for you tonight. So if you're not watching, if you're just listening, go ahead, buckle in, grab a sandwich, something to eat, sandwich, or a drink, and relax, enjoy. If you do have anything you want to contribute to the RantCast Podcast, we do have our personal Discords. You can always send us a DM, or you can message us in the chat for further info, and we'd like to bring you on the show. If you'd like to give out your opinions and stuff, you are always welcome to. This is a free environment to speak your mind. We don't hate people here, so. But we're gonna we'll start off with our own personal introductions. Then we got the HeroQuest Power Hour. We're gonna be talking a whole bunch of Star Wars, and if we got some extra time, we got some pop culture movies.
Man, one thing though, I was just realizing, we've been doing this thing where we've been trying to get people on the RantCast to call in and contribute. How do they get those links to the Discord? Because what if they don't know our Discord link?
We can provide them. Well, I can provide ones to my Discord. So if you don't have a link to the Discord, you can always message in the chat here. I'd like to say, hey, I'd like to contribute or be part of the podcast, but I don't have your Discords. We can go ahead and post those links into our Discord. That way you can be part of our community.
Yeah, so if you're listening on the replay, sorry about that. But yeah, if you're listening live on twitch.tv/TheRantCastPodcast, we are here. And you can post in the chat there. Yeah. So how you been?
I've been doing okay. I've been spiffing up a little bit more. I've kind of got the older gentleman vibe lately. I bought myself some loafers and penny loafers, and I just I've just been kind of on the more fancy side lately. Um, I also got the office decorated. My wife helped decorate the office for Halloween, so I don't know if you can
Yeah.
tell, but there is an orange backlight here. My LED strip for my table, I don't know if that's particularly, I don't know if that's because it's a different brand, but it doesn't quite do orange. It does like yellow or yellowish green. So it's kind of like a yellow and orange vibe back here. And then I've got
Yeah.
some skulls and spiders surrounding the office, and
Yep.
we're getting ready for Halloween. Um,
I'm
getting ready
disappointed that
for
there's
Boo
no
Fest.
spooky window that like a face can appear in randomly during the stream, but
Oh yeah, here
otherwise, you
we'll
need the red filter.
that'll happen sooner rather than later. See, because I've got that
Oh, come on. Don't,
got
don't
that.
turn around. The light goes off. It
One day
comes
you
back
and me
on.
will do a live. We'll do a live one again, and I'll come around.
The Undertaker's standing behind you.
Mhm.
What?
Like I did
Nice.
that one. Oh man! I speaking of which, you wanted to bring back the archives and stuff, and I think I still have the October stream that I did that. Like I
Oh, man.
dove underneath my window and tried to scare.
And right at that moment, I got up and I blocked the camera so you couldn't see the
That
fact
was
that
so
you were
sad.
pranking me.
But
You're like,
yeah,
"What are you talking about, bro? I wasn't pranking you. I was here the whole time." Like, then who was out at the window? Ah!
ah.
Ah!
Um, on another note, something we should bring up. I was going to bring it up during the Star Wars stream, but a lot of people probably already know. But I'd like to give our personal rantcast um, tribute, or I guess sign our farewell to James Earl Jones, who passed away at the age, I believe, of 93.
Yep,
Um,
yep,
so it's been a sad couple days because we've truly lost I believe all of Darth Vader. Um,
yeah,
so first
for
David
real.
Prowse, now James Earl Jones, and it's
Well, I
oh
want to
yeah,
bring up a third person. So yeah, David Prowse passed away 2020. I think the old records say that he died from COVID, but now it says unspecified causes. So maybe that was a false report. Yeah, James Earl Jones, the legend, gone this year, 93, had a long life, long career. But yeah, Bob Anderson. Now, I'm not going to go so far as to say, well, yeah, but you got to count, the guy that designed the suit and the guy that did the breathing, but Bob Anderson did, like, he was the fencing stuntman guy. He worked on Lord of the Rings. He did a whole bunch of other stuff, but almost all of Vader's fight scenes are Bob Anderson, except I think in the first movie. Now, here's a little story I heard. Apparently, David Prowse couldn't see very well in the helmet, and he was like practically like hitting like Alec Guinness during their fight. And
oh, oh.
yeah, the guy one time he like supposedly, I mean, you hear stories. It's like he stormed off the set because it's like he's gonna kill me. He's gonna take my head off. So, but now I don't know how did they get Bob Anderson? Did they take the helmet off? Did he have a faceplate removed, or did they just like make the eyes you could see better?
I'd
I
say
don't know.
maybe they cut holes in the eyes better, or
Yeah,
maybe
but I
made it
mean,
so that in the dark you could see, you know, see better.
Bob
Took like the
Bob
lenses off. I don't
Anderson,
know.
yeah, Bob Anderson was so good. I mean, he was the one that taught everybody how to sword fight. But the thing was, David Prowse. I mean, other than Peter Mayhew, he was like the biggest guy on the set. Big, tall, muscular. Could pick somebody up with one hand. You know, that's why he got the part. But James Earl Jones, you know, I was reading stuff about it because you always hear stuff. It's like, oh, the voice of Darth Vader, of course. You could say just like if you took away John Williams from Star Wars, like something's missing. You take away the iconic voice from Darth Vader, something's really really missing. But he said, "Oh, I did all the lines in a couple of hours. I didn't want to be credited. I was just a special effect." He said that because people
I
were
mean,
saying,
and
"Oh, it's so long that he
he
wasn't in
even
the credit."
mentions David Prowse a lot in a lot of his interviews, falling forward. So like, if you start
Hmm.
with his Conan interview from 1995,
Which is
um,
a great interview. Yeah.
yeah, he brings that up quite a bit, and like I said, he will always be the guy even before Star Wars, because we're not even just bringing Star Wars into this. He's Mufasa. I mean, he was the guy. To me, he was the dad,
Conan the
the
Barbarian,
angry. He was the
Wolf of
angry guy in
Doom.
the Sandlot. To me, that was
Yeah,
the first time,
and
and that was my first real exposure to James Earl Jones. Was
oh man.
yeah.
Well,
So
yeah, 'cause he was a full actor in his own right. Yeah, you mentioned the Sandlot, Field of Dreams, where he
yep.
plays Terrence Mann. Of course, Coming to America, King
Oh
Jafar,
yeah, yep,
Jaffa. Yeah,
yep.
and
That
the
went right
sequel, which
over
I
my
didn't
head.
see, but yeah, yeah. What else? He's been in like he was in the Tom Clancy, not the Hunt for Red October. What's the other one? Some of All Fears, was that the one?
Maybe I don't think I've seen that
He
one
was he
per
was in a
se.
couple Jack Ryan movies. He's like the I forget he's some government official,
But
some
the
general.
big thing though is that he like you said before, he's an actor in his own right. He's done amazing work, and he's had amazing talent, not just in voice but in body. And the world has lost something. And like I said,
Yeah.
I kind of
Well,
like going forward and you know am sad because
it's
Star
sad.
Wars is truly going to lose its Darth Vader
Yeah.
touch.
Yeah, Darth
Like,
Vader, yeah, because the fighting is gone, the body is gone, the voice is gone. Darth Vader is truly dead. He
yeah,
lives only on in our memories. Yeah. Well, and James Earl Jones, he came across as such a humble guy. The point I was trying to make is he said, "Yeah, we did this in a couple of hours. I was just a special effect. I got paid $7,000 to do it, which to me was a lot of money. And I was thinking 7,000 with all the inflation. So since 77, that would have been like $36,000 today, which isn't much for an actor. But I was thinking like, dang, he was basically my age when he did the voice of Vader. It's like, man, I'm feeling old.
yeah.
But then he went on and on. I
So
forget what his last project was, but yeah, I was like, man, he's so old. He's gonna pass one of these days, and it's just gonna be the end of an era, like for real.
couple responses that I missed here. Jacer just said, "Loafers, cigars, liquor. Guess you need a robe and a cane to complete the look." I'm not going. I don't care how old I get. I'm not going like full Hugh Hefner. Okay,
Don't do
I'm
it.
not doing the. I'm not doing the. Not doing the Hugh Hefner. I'm not doing like a robe, a silk robe, or anything like that. I do have a
But
robe, but it's meant for like particularly bedtime.
if you
Um,
if you do the smoking jacket, at least get the fez,
no, I do have a smoking jacket though.
because that
I
was the
do.
whole ensemble. It was like, okay, so the smoking jacket keeps the tobacco smell off your clothes,
Hmm.
and the fez keeps it off your
The funny
pompadour.
thing though is my smoking jacket is when I do go to like a cigar lounge during the wintertime, and I'm going to tell you one thing: you still come home reeking of cigar. It's not. It doesn't help too much. It does,
The
but
selling
like
point.
it is more of like a comfort. To me, it's more of a comfort thing, and it does help keep it off like I guess your chest. But like you're smoking them, so like your breath is gonna smell like it. I get like the Listerine pocket strips, like, and I'll take two of those before and then two after, and like it helps with my palate cleansing. But like, um, the jacket kind of helps keep it off the main parts of your body if you want. But like most of the time, it's like open. So
Mhm.
yeah, okay, yes, Kurgan.
Mandatory.
But um, Bohemyus mentioned before his death, James Earl Jones left the right to use his digitized voice to be used forever. So, regardless of the speculation with that, I mean, not that I don't believe you, um, but the thing that I'm going to mention is, to me, that's great because like a lot of people, I think with Rogue One, they did like a mixture of the two for Darth Vader. Like they did like a or was it not Rogue One? It was Kenobi. They did like an AI thing because like
Reese Beecher,
James,
yeah.
yeah, he was kind of like too old to do the voice properly or whatever, so they kind of mixed it with
I
like
don't
AI.
I
Um,
don't think it's a secret. I mean, Rogue One, you could tell he sounded like a much older man versus like Empire Strikes Back. Whereas if you look at the Obi-Wan
but
Kenobi TV show,
you can
he
kind of
sounds
tell.
like 1980 Vader.
Yeah, so you can kind of tell in certain aspects, and it's good. It's good, and like I said, I'm not saying like they're never gonna do it again. My thing is that the craft, like the art and the craft of Vader now, is just kind of gonna be gone. You're not gonna have an actual actor sitting behind
Yeah.
the set. I mean, you might but like it's
It's
just
almost like
once
having to
again
be
the
CGI.
end of an
It's
era.
like,
It's truly
yeah.
the end of an era where the people are gonna have to do different things, and like they've always had to do that. But like, back in our day or like your guys' day, like if an actor died, they replaced it with a different actor or actress that was close or similar. Um, they had to find different talent. Now we're kind of like you know using AI or switching it up, and I don't know. Sometimes to me it's good. Like that can be a good thing, but to me it's also kind of like a bad thing because like leaving things up to the imagination is always nice too, or just not making any more of that product, which is for
Yep.
another time. Kind
Yeah.
of, you know.
So hats off to James Earl Jones, a
Oh
legend.
yes, indeed, I would put my hat off, but like my I'll tip my hat, my bald head, but take off my earphones, and I'll be,
Tip of the cap.
completely deaf. But yes, there was a moment of silence and stuff, and um, it was just a sad moment to hear. But it's you all see it coming. It's kind of an inevitable thing.
Yeah,
Um,
we're mortal after all.
moving moving forward a little bit, we're gonna have what's the next topic to start off the actual day? Um, HeroQuest Power Hour. Now we've got a couple topics that I have here on the list, and that's but I'll confirm it with you, Kurgan. Here we've got some details involving the Quest Pack and some statements made by Doug Hopkins, with a statement being made on what do you want in HeroQuest. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. Do we have
Yes,
anything to
indeed.
share with me, or are we just rolling as is tonight?
Well, the Wizard Quest pack. So do you have that image that I sent you? It's a while back. There was
While
this
back.
image that was shared. Yeah.
You
Um,
may have to resend it to me. You send me a
okay.
lot of stuff, brother.
I know I do.
Oh, wait. Is it the Wizard Quest Pack image itself?
Yeah, it's just an image of a box. So
Oh,
Luca Pasci is the guy who kind of we've mentioned him before. He's a fan. He's spearheaded this project, which was, he was able to acquire a cache of documents, um, and copy them off. And the idea was, what if these quest packs that were planned for 1992-93 were finished, and like what if they were completed and playable as if they had existed back then. So back then, Milton Bradley, which this whole time was owned by Hasbro, the makers of HeroQuest, they created the Barbarian Quest Pack and the Elf Quest Pack, known as Mage of the Mirror and Frozen Horror, which we've seen have been remade. Well, back then, those were the last two official quest packs that came out for HeroQuest ever, and then the franchise just, unceremoniously was canceled. But we now have absolute proof that they were working on a Wizard Quest pack called the Sinister Sorcerers. That was a working title, and a Dwarf Quest pack called the Hammer of Hadrika or Hadrikar. And other streamers have talked about this. But anyway, the point is, Luca Pasci got together a small group of people to kind of go over the draft notes, and it's like creative decisions have to be made. Okay, if you're going to create like a fan finished version of it, you have to say, okay, do we go A or B? You have to pick. So their version is going to be different than somebody else's version, and this whole time was the question of, well, what if Hasbro just jumps out and just releases their own version? Like, it's going to be different. The official version is going to be different than the fan version. But anyway, he came out with this image, and I just want to make clear, this is not an official image. This is a mock-up. Paddle track. Yeah. This is meant to evoke the kind of like advertising flyers that Milton Bradley put out for the other HeroQuest packs. So like, you'd open up the game system, the 1990 game system, and it would have a flyer that would say, expand your HeroQuest game system with Keller's Keep or Turn to the Witch Lord, and they would show a picture of the box just like this, And so he had somebody create this and put it out. There's new artwork. I don't think that's AI based, actually. I think they actually hired
So
somebody to create
is
that to
is
promote it.
this is this an actual is this actual artwork, or is this done by this is kind of
Clark
like a
Mitchell.
concept?
Yeah, wait a minute. Who'd you hire? Clark Mitchell. Oh no. No, they didn't say
No.
they didn't actually say who it was, but yeah, they hired actual artists to create this. And it was like, okay, so what is this going to be? You're probably wondering to yourself because they can't sell it, right? Because if they tried to sell it, they'd get slapped down. They'd have to change it to like, FanQuest or something, and change all the names, get rid of the official logos. Well, it's this is just going to be like a fan mock-up. But eventually, what's going to happen is you're going to be able to download the files for free. This is not an official work. This is, a fan reconstruction, whatever disclaimers you need. And you can just play the quests pretty close to what they were existed in some form in the 90s with some speculative completions there. So, and if Luca Paci was on the show, he could tell it better than I have. He's been on some other programs, HeroQuest Italia or HeroQuest Grog. You may have seen those guys on YouTube. Good show, but I have to turn on the subtitles because they don't speak English; they're speaking Italian. Um, and then other people have talked about this, like Cristobal, Spanish-speaking channel, LaGuardia de Morcar. I personally have some involvement with this. I'm not creating anything, but I'm part of those people that have been giving feedback on it. So I'm aware of like what's in it and what's going on. So I've promised not to like spoil everything, but generally speaking, it's a lot of what you expect. The idea is just like the point of the Frozen Horror was to give you like special stuff for the barbarian. So he would seem really awesome and really powerful. And yet you get this really challenging quest adventure. Now there were some drawbacks to it because they made it a bit too hard. And eventually someday you will see the dwarf quest pack as well. And that dwarf pack was even more ridiculous. Like we're talking monsters with like double digit body points. It's just absolutely over the top. But the wizard pack, I thought it was a little more balanced because you think about it, the wizard isn't very powerful. He's only got 4 body points. He starts with the dagger. He's pretty weak. His strength is that he has magic, and people over the years, fans have criticized the wizard in HeroQuest because they're like, he's so awesome, but like he needs to be more powerful. He needs to have more magic. Well, you get your wish. There's potions that only he can use. There's artifacts only he can use. One of the artifacts does give him more spells. So instead of just having 9 spells, let's say you have like 12 or 13 spells, something like that. So it's pretty cool. And there's new models. So it's like, well, how would they do that? Well, they can't use the old sculpts that Milton Bradley created or the original artwork. So there's examples of original artwork that existed that would have been in this from 92. They couldn't use any of that stuff. So they've recreated it. They've hired, I guess, freelance artists to create little things, including new models. And so I'm just imagining it would be like STL files that you could download and you could just print yourself if you wanted. Of course, you wouldn't need
So
that at all. You could just proxy it, you
real
know.
quick, real quick.
Yeah.
Um, Bohemyus mentions they are creating the product in the English language. Are you saying that it's only going to be in English, or is that going to be an issue, or are we mentioning that like we need to make
Well,
this in more languages?
I would love to hear Bohemius's take on it, but my thought is this: the original was in English, so it's fitting that it would be in English. But we all know that the HeroQuest community is way bigger than just English speaking fans.
Absolutely.
So the moment
Yeah.
this comes out, whether the team does any lifts a finger, someone is going to translate it. So that you're going to see a Spanish version, a French version, German, Italian, whatever, Esperanto, Klingon, you know, more power to you. But
Playing on.
some of the people, yeah, some of the people on the play testing team, because there's people that are play testing it, like just to see, okay, is this fun? Do we need to add monsters, subtract monsters? Make it easier, reword stuff so it makes a little more sense. So some of those people are not native English speakers, so I wouldn't be surprised if somebody volunteers to like translate it so that it's easily available. Because the idea would be this could be like print and play, like you could print it. Now I do have a concern, and I've mentioned this many times to Luca Pasci and other people because it's like I don't want this to like get out of control. Like I don't want because I could just imagine. I hate to say it. I could just imagine somebody coming in and going, "Oh, nice little mod you created here. I'm gonna print this and sell it on eBay." It's like, dude, don't do that.
Okay.
First of all, that's scummy to do that. And
Indeed.
second, it's not the point of this. The point is to give it away for free. This is just like it's a curiosity. Now, there's always been a fear as well that what if this is too close to what Hasbro is actually going to do in the future? Maybe they would just somehow find a way to shut this whole thing down. But I guess the good side of that would be that they would be releasing their own official, big budget version of the Wizard Quest pack. I mean, I remember in Carmine comments from last year, he seemed to sort of shut the idea down because, as we know, these were never officially released. Only a very small number of people knew these even existed. So there's no nostalgia behind it. But I would say there's curiosity behind it. There's definitely curiosity because people are like, okay, there's 4 heroes. You've got 1, 2 expansions, and then what about the other 2? Where are they? Can I see them? And then if they get a hint like, oh, they actually wrote something, they actually created something, can I see it? What was it? And Carmine's comment was to say, well, but we knew that it wasn't ready for release. Like it needs work, like a lot of work. And they could get away with releasing Frozen Horror and Mage of the Mirror because those actually went to market and people actually kind of remember them. And so there was, they released it, but yes, they tweaked some things and they've felt more free to tweak things as they've remade other parts. So like against the Ogre Horde had a lot of changes that people would accept. You know what I mean? Because there's that fine line between just recreating it for nostalgia reasons and then acknowledging, okay, for 40 years people have been saying, hey, this is broken, it needs to be fixed. So here's a patch. But it's trickier when no one ever got it. So it's like, how do you know this is the Wizard Quest pack we would have gotten? But I imagine that they have all the same resources we have, these fans have, and Carmine said at one point, we have everything, and we have the rights to everything. So if they wanted to, if they thought there was demand for this product and that it was going to make money, they would make it. They would get it approved. So
Agree.
comments about that because this sort of segues into the next HeroQuest topic.
Oh, the statement
From
by
Doug,
Mr. Hopkins.
yeah, Mr.
Um,
Doug Hop, the
I don't have too
Honorable.
much to say in regards to that, other than the fact that, like, just to
Oh,
bring up the comments in chat, Jacer says, "Whatever happened to the other playtest?"
yes. So my understanding is I know what Jacer's talking about, and I'm not going to blow anyone's cover, but yeah, that person is busy with something else right now. So I think that might be delaying it, but I don't think that's been forgotten. So yeah, we did a bunch of work helping somebody else playtest another project, and I'm sure that'll still happen. But
So
yeah,
it's pretty much just
that was a
on the
lot of fun.
back burner right now.
Yeah, exactly. Because these are just fans doing stuff in their spare time. So it's like you get married, you have a kid, you move. All of a sudden, you gotta like, okay, the HeroQuest thing will have to come later. Rip the wizard. Yeah,
But yeah,
but
I don't have too much on this other than the fact that, like, um,
mhm,
it looks interesting.
more
And
adventure.
yes, more adventures. You get
Yep.
more bang for your buck. How much would you assume this would cost or put somebody out of pocket?
Uh, if you were buying this, I mean, the whole idea behind the expansions was, I'm trying to remember how much they were. I want to say they were like $10 back in the day,
Oh damn.
like to order it direct. Because I want to say like a small expansion like Return of the Witch Lord would have been like $10, and like Frozen Horror would have been like 15 or maybe 20. The bigger box. Nowadays, this would be like a $45 thing. But the problem is, and see, this is where again where it's like you know, you and I have talked about this before, how like people make mods and they're like, well, I got to be compensated for my work. And it's like, whatever happened to just making stuff for the love of the game? You know, it's like, okay, so you got to count
Indeed.
all, if you were going to put a price tag on it, which again, you couldn't because Hasbro would just say, no, you can't do that. You know, slap it out of your hand. All the hours that he spent scanning the documents, you know, what he paid for the documents, you know, the paying all the artists to create the brand new artwork for this thing, you know, cost for like if you were going to create actual boxes, you know, what are you going to do? Set up a factory? Are you going to go to like Board Game Maker and you know, do a print run, you know, doing the figures, so it's like you'd have to send out for that. There's like you could create like a prototype pretty cheaply, maybe for a couple $100. I mean, it sounds like a lot for a couple $100, but if you were going to like distribute these, it would be, I don't know. I mean, Hasbro raised $1 million to do their remake game system, and that was just for HasLab. So, yeah, we got a bot we got to ban here. But yeah, it's just
Oh, I got it. Oh, you got
okay.
it. You beat me to it.
Haha, yeah, I saw your hand going for the button. It's like, nope. Yeah, so anyway, if I were Luca Pasci, there's no way. I would not sell this thing. And it would be silly, in my opinion, because the whole point is people want to see what it would have looked like. So if you change the name, because that's what other people have done. So Hasbro has come down hard on people who have tried to like rip off HeroQuest. So Sunday Quest, that was really originally called HeroQuest Adventures. So they had to change it to Sunday Quest Adventures so that he could sell these little booklets of, from what I understand, I've never played them, pretty high quality fan quests. You know, there's like 100 of them, 109 or something. You know, a weekly quest. And you've had other projects where they've changed the name. So Dungeons Quest, that was originally just a Hero Quest thing. So you can make a Hero Quest mod, you can give it away for free, but as soon as you start selling it, even if it's just at cost or whatever, you got to change the name or they're going to C&D you. So if they wanted to sell
Sending
a
out
high
those
quality,
Pinkertons.
yeah, Pinkertons are coming. Yeah, so if they wanted to sell a high quality version of this, they would have to change like a lot of stuff. Because the other thing is, you know, who wrote those quests back in the day? Like if you took somebody, like if you took a Stephen Baker quest and you just changed, you know, one or two little things and then you tried to sell it, it's like it's a derivative work, right? So some lawyer is going to come after you. So anyway, so the whole thing is a bad idea. And again, they're smarter than that. They're not going to do that. And I suppose that the good side of this is if some idiot, moron, loser, you know, nut job decides to just copy and paste it and try to sell it on Etsy, which a lot of people do. Like if you go on Etsy and search HeroQuest, you'll see tons of stuff and it's just like fake, you know, it's not real. Um, that person's going to get shut down and it's not going to reflect badly on the project because they're going to say from the outset, no, this is not for sale. This is a fan reimagining, recreation. The original stuff is all from the company. So it's not ours. It's not ours to sell. Yeah. So anyway, but I'm excited because I like the whole like historical, like even if this was not like being finished, just looking at the drafts was super exciting to me because it was like you could see the progression of them creating this thing and you could see the crunch. You know, we've talked about crunch before. These projects, people getting exasperated, writing jokes in the margins, you know,
Oh,
criticizing each other, you know, crossing stuff out, you
you
know,
know
it's
how
just
much
like,
I love crunch.
yeah. Because yeah, it's a job. It's a fun job, but also it's a work job. It's stressful. So, by my impression from reading the drafts, because I read the barbarian one, which it looked like my guess is that one was finished first, and then the elf one. By the end of the elf one, they were getting stressed out, and it just so happened that's when the whole thing was shut down. And the idea was not that HeroQuest wasn't good, not that HeroQuest wasn't selling. I mean, you could say they had competition from video games and all this stuff at the time, but because Hasbro could make money hand over fist selling like smaller, cheaper products rather than making this big, expensive like thing. So they weren't losing money, but they were just like, but we can make more money. So they phased it out. That was it. So it's like the project dropped right in the middle. So it's like if they made Star Wars, they made Empire, and then there was just no more Star Wars after that. Just nothing. Like, okay, darn
And the
it. And where's
trilogy
the
was
rest?
never finished. Ever.
Trilogy ever? Yep, no Ewoks. Sorry.
Nope.
So I'm excited about it, and the fact that um I don't know. I mean, Luca Pasci has his own stuff, so I can't speak for him. But I sort of imagined that what was holding up the project was waiting to see what Hasbro was going to do. Like, are they going to release their own version? Maybe we should just like, keep it quiet, not really do it. Um, then it was like, oh no, it's because he's looking for actual artists to create actual art. Because yeah, you could print and play, but the cards are just have text on them. Like that's not much fun, or they're just gonna copy images from before or use AI or something like that. It's like, no, he actually wanted to like pay people to create artwork that looked like it could have been something that you'd see back in the day. So not copying anybody else's work, just something new. It's like, oh, that's cool. Let's go in the extra mile. That's creative. That's interesting. I'd love to see it. Recreating like tiles that you would see. Again, not just copying what Milton Bradley actually did, but what something that looks like it fits. I was like, that's really awesome, and no budget, no support on this, just fans doing it. But at some point, it's like it has to come out, right? Or it just gets abandoned. So when he posted that image, I thought, oh, this is this is a big deal. This is really going to happen. So this is not like Sue Quest where it's going to get held up, in limbo for 10 years, and there's going to be lawsuits because people didn't get their pre-orders, all that nonsense. So I just think when it happens, it'll happen. I wish more people could read about it. I've said before, like I would love to see, regardless of what happens with this, I would love to see Hasbro release some type of like, how they had the making of Star Wars, the
Yeah.
book. It's like a scrapbook. You've got screenplay drafts, you've got artwork, behind the scenes stuff, you've got interviews, you got all this presentation of like what it was like to create the original thing, the prehistory of whatever. And if they did that with HeroQuest, and maybe you'd say, well, yeah, but nobody cares about that stuff. We're board game fanatics. Only a small number of people care about this thing. Well, okay, fine, then make it a limited run. I hate to say that, but the making of HeroQuest would be an awesome book. Like I would buy it. And the thing is, there's fans that are already doing that. There's fans that are already making like unofficial histories. But the thing is, they don't have access to these documents. They don't have access to, the official stuff. I mean, there's interviews, but it's incomplete. And so the company has the ability to do that. If they're looking for projects to put out there, they could easily do that. They could release a book, and if people choose to read the book and go, that gives me an idea for some quests that I could write, that would complete the history, so be it, right? So that segues into my next topic here of HeroQuest, which is, and you can see this in the interview, Doug Hopkins, designer at Avalon Hill for HeroQuest, the rules guy, wandering monster himself. He basically just put it out there. He's like, I actually saw this at the convention. A guy walked up to him, a fan, with his fan made quest, and he's like, "I want to show this to you." And Doug was like, "No, no, 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 no." As if to say, it's not that I don't care that you made this cool thing, but I don't want to be like influenced by it, because they have this whole big thing where they don't want to like copy fan ideas. So like if I release a quest that has some cool idea, they're just going to copy it, and then I'm going to get mad and there's going to be drama, like some OGL thing. So it's like, oh, if they just happen to come up with a similar idea as some fans had, well, that's different. But anyway, Doug was saying, like, okay, we're getting to that point. I think we both agreed. It's like we're getting to that point where the legacy material from HeroQuest from back in the day, from the 90s, it's almost all been remade now. So moving forward, okay, what should they create? If they're going to keep creating new expansions, it's going to be new material. So what is it that people want to see? And actually, there's a thread over at Yield In, and it's not super interesting. I mean, it's just text, but I can give you some highlights from it. Is that good? I go through the.
Yeah, no, you're fine. I'm actually trying to cycle through a lot of the stuff right now to see if I missed anything.
Oh yeah,
But yeah, you can
but
go ahead
yeah,
and send that to me right now.
okay, yeah. So now you may, if you don't have a subscription to Yield In, you might not be able to see images, but there aren't images in this one. Okay. So I'm just going to post the thread, and I'm also going to post it in the Twitch chat. They nerfed courage for a reason, I'm sure of it. Yeah, maybe dragons are a little too easy to fight with courage, and so they nerfed courage. Well, so what Doug was saying is this. It's all well and good. Yeah, I'm going to highlight myself here. I'm quoting me now. Um, it's all well and good to just like say, hey, wouldn't it be cool if HeroQuest had X, Y, and Z? Or to make your own mod that has X, Y, and Z in it. But what they want is they want a trail of breadcrumbs. They want a paper trail. They want people to go on social media and say, I want this. I want this. I want, and then roll on the floor like a kid having a tantrum. No, just kidding. But no, just say, here's what I want in HeroQuest. So that way they can point to that when the bosses are asking them the questions or whatever and say, this is the next project we should work on. Look at all these people requesting this. This is what should go into the next expansion. So highlights. So I put in some of my own ideas here, but other people have contributed. So there are a few other legacy things. Everybody has highlighted the fact that the last expansion that hasn't been remade yet is Wizards of Morkar. Wizards of Morkar had only 5 quests in it. You fight these badass wizards. There's new magic spells, but the magic spells for the heroes are kind of weak. Of course, these were designed for the European rules where most monsters only had 1 body point. So those are probably need to be tweaked. And I think a lot of people are okay with it being tweaked. It's like, yeah, we would love to see Wizards of Morkar or Wizards of Zargon, whatever you want to call it, because Morkar was the name of Zargon in the original. Tweak that, release it, but then what? What's next? So I mentioned that there was the Dark Company. That was a 4-part quest that was included in an advanced version of HeroQuest, not Advanced HeroQuest, but it was called HeroQuest Master Edition or Advanced Quest Edition. And it had the game system, but then it also had these 4 boards. So you'd travel from one board and then you'd clear the board and you set it up again and you travel to the next one, and you'd go around and around until you found these traitors, these evil knights that had betrayed the Empire, and you fight these guys. And it was extra challenging. So it was like an extra challenge, like an all-nighter with your friends. So they could do the Dark Company. But I mean, that could be just a free quest. It wouldn't necessarily have to be a whole box. There was also the 3 Dave Morris novels. So Dave Morris wrote 3 HeroQuest novels, and each HeroQuest novel it had a narrative part. So you had a story, just some lore about the HeroQuest world and characters, which people want to see. They want to see maps and things. But there was also a choose your own adventure section, a game book loosely based on the same story. So it's like you make choices, you go back and forth, you have items, kind of like a Lone Wolf or one of these other game books. So those were cool. And there was a 3rd section that had a solo quest. 2 out of 3 books had a solo quest. So one of them was for the barbarian, and he finds a wizard. Like he can save the wizard, and the wizard will follow him around. So it's like you're controlling 2 heroes as one person. Then there was a wizard one where you find a barbarian and he'll fight by your side for money. So it's like, again, you have 2 heroes. So it's like, oh, that's a cool idea. So those quests are out there. I don't know if they're going to release new novels, but they could. There was The Maze. That was the original first quest in HeroQuest 1989. It was a pretty simple adventure, but it's like each of the heroes start in one of the 4 quadrants of the board, and you have to find the exit. Whoever gets through first gets the gold reward. So there's that. Then Takara, people remember the Japanese toy company, they did their own version of HeroQuest in 1991. Now it was officially licensed, so you could say it was canon. They had a 14 quest game system adventure, but they were like different quests. They weren't the same as the ones that everybody else got. There was this whole storyline about Grimdead or Glimdead was the name of the bad guy instead of Morkar or Zargon, so yet another name.
Yeah,
And
Grimdead.
Grimdead, he's trying to resurrect the evil god, the evil god. And the storyline, it's like the bad guy is like a combination of the Witch Lord and the Frozen Horror because he's trying to turn the world into ice, but he's like dead and he's coming back to life, but he's like evil. And the whole point is you're trying to gather these legendary weapons to stop him. So you've got the ice bow or the freeze bow, you've got the silver sword and the flame axe or the fire axe, and you combine them together, and you've got to fight him with that and win the day. So it's kind of a cool idea. Plus, you're in a totally different part of the world. So it's Nifon Island, so like Japan. But you can imagine, okay, here's another corner of the HeroQuest world where you travel to fight, uh, his forces in another area. So yeah, all kinds of possibilities. It had its own magic system. Like the magic would upgrade over the course of several quests, so it would get stronger. There was you could gamble with your gold to like upgrade your body points in between quests. So it was kind of interesting. If you died, you lost all your gold, but they'd like revive you at the temple and you come back. The talisman of lore could be used to bring people back to life. Now, people were saying, yeah, it's kind of easy though because you can bring people back so easily. But this one was formulated more like an RPG. Like it's more like a storytelling type game. It's not so much like, oh yeah, Zargon's trying to kill you and he kills you and he kills you and he kills you and it sucks and you give up. It's like no, it's more like, oh, he threatens you, he challenges you, but eventually you win. You have a storyline, which is how a lot of people GM games anyway. It's like the GM is there to facilitate the adventure, not necessarily just to murder everyone, which he has the power to easily do because he controls
Has
everything.
been a huge trend lately.
The next part is the Marvel Winter Special. So Marvel Comics did a whole magazine devoted to HeroQuest, and it included all kinds of stuff. But one of the things that had in it was a quest called Revenge of the Weatherman. So you just go and fight some generic sorcerer and you beat him. But it had a hazards pack, so it had all these tiles. Of course, you're cutting them out of a comic book. So I guess you could glue them to chipboard and use them. But I mean, there was new assets, there was new mechanics. So again, it was another thing that was inspiring people to make their own stuff. And speaking of that, there is a YouTuber his channel is growing super fast, and he and I might be doing a collaboration soon. It was Fairweather Man is what it's called. He's done a couple videos already, but yeah, shout out to him, Fairweather Man. But yeah,
Fairweatherman.
it's obviously based on Revenge of the Weatherman. Anyway, yeah, so HeroQuest channel, good stuff. So there's also a Plague of Zombies. So a Plague of Zombies was this quest. So they released in Europe only. So American fans like me didn't know it existed until the 2000s. It was called the Adventure Design Kit, and it was a box. It didn't have any figures in it. It just had a quest book, like already written, but the pages were like templates, and they had a sticker sheet that had like all the map icons, so like the icons of the monsters and the furniture, and you would peel it off and just stick it on the grid to like make your own quests. And there was blank where you could like put in the storyline, and it also had like several pages that were explaining, oh, here are some techniques on how to make a quest. Put the furniture out first until you got it right, how you want it, and then write it in. Try not to use dead ends. Try to have like recurring, stuff. Don't make the puzzles too hard. Like there were all these little like it was like a tutorial. So that was pretty cool. And they included an extra large version of the character sheet. So you had a character sheet pad, but the it was much bigger. There was a lot more room to put all your stuff down, because that's a thing that all HeroQuest players run into after a while. You play a lot of quests and it's like you're just constantly crossing stuff out and erasing stuff, and your little character sheet gets just crammed full of potions and equipment and stuff. You're writing on the back, you're running out of room. It's like, okay, so give you a nice big character sheet to put all that stuff on. But on the back of the box was this quest called A Plague of Zombies, and it was like 99% done. And people were like, "Oh, zoom in, enhance. Okay, you can turn that into a quest as well." Somebody actually interviewed, I almost said Kevin Bacon. They interviewed Stephen Baker, and he said, "Yeah, here's how I would finish it. Like, I don't remember, but here's one way to do it." And so he just kind of filled in the details. So people released that as a free, Plague of Zombies. It helps if you own Return of the Witch Lord because it uses a lot of undead figures. But I mean, these are all things. This is all content that they could remake and release if they wanted to. White Dwarf Magazine, which is the official magazine of Games Workshop, had a couple of quests, and they were actually written by like members of the Games Workshop staff. So like one of these guys, I forget his name, he's passed away now, but like I mentioned his name on a forum, and people were like, "Oh, the legendary, this guy." It's like, oh, okay, it shows what I know. But anyway, yeah, these were like famous quests. So the Halls of Durag Dal was one, and the Eyes of Chaos. And it's funny if you look up scans of these old magazines, you'll see clearly they intended people just to buy more Citadel miniatures, buy more minis to use in these adventures. But it was new content, something official that people remember. So yeah, one suggestion was, well, these wouldn't have to be things they sell. Maybe they could just be free digital quests because they would give out these PDFs of quests. It's like, oh, you want more adventures? You can print this out. It encourages people to buy it because it's like, oh, there's free content. They could put it in the companion app, something to play. Let's see. So I mentioned, and I think I'm not the only one, here's their opportunity. That Wizard Quest Pack can be released, and it doesn't have to threaten the fan version either because the Wizard Quest Pack was like 90% done. Hasbro's like creative decisions are going to be one version, and then the fans are going to have another version. So it would just be cool to see, well, how would they finish it? How would they tweak it? And maybe they wouldn't just imitate the template from back then. Maybe they would modernize it. Maybe they would update it, make it more in line with the other quests that have come out, which is something in Carmine said. It's like, well, I'm not saying we would do it, but if we did do it, we would update it, you know, and maybe it'd be okay because it's not locked into nostalgia, so people wouldn't know the difference, if you tweaked it to make it more balanced, more fun, more interesting. So we got the Wizard Quest Pack, the Dwarf Quest Pack, 10 quests each they could do. Then we've got this crossover IP. So Avalon Hill already teased this on social media some time ago. I think most people have forgotten about it. Is what would you like to see as a crossover IP? And here is where people were saying, "Oh yeah, HeroQuest and Dungeons and Dragons, here it comes. They're going to combine into one game, and they're going to phase out HeroQuest and make it D&D." It's like, it doesn't have to be that. And I think Amalgamash on AshQuest, he was talking about the obvious thing that everybody was wondering is like, is this going to be like HeroQuestopoly or HeroQuest Risk or HeroQuest, Clue or whatever? And the question of who does that really benefit? Collectors will buy every version of Monopoly that you could think of. They got their Harry Potter chess sets and all that stuff. But who wants that? Then there was the talk of, well, what about Talisman? Talisman is really similar in terms of scale and theme to HeroQuest, so maybe there could be a HeroQuest Talisman edition or something like that. But what was teased to me in front of me at Gen Con was, what if it was HeroScape and HeroQuest? Because you could take the heroes or the monsters from HeroQuest and make them a faction, a squad, to put into HeroScape, which works perfectly because HeroScape is already a game of these mismatched armies fighting each other in this time traveling multi-dimensional battle. So you've got ninjas and robots and orcs and Marines and samurai. Everybody's fighting each other. So why not put in some HeroQuest characters? And it's very easy because you could just take those figures out of HeroScape and put them in HeroQuest because it's the same scale and everything. So everybody wins. Anyway, that's something I'd like to see. But again, these are ideas that we need to get out there and tell them that this is what we want. Advanced HeroQuest. Now, Advanced HeroQuest, from what I understand, was not a big success at the time. So there was HeroQuest, and then Games Workshop on their own, so without Milton Bradley this time, they made basically a sequel or successor to HeroQuest. It was supposed to be much more advanced. So you had modular dungeons. So you just lay out a tile and it's a new room, flip it around or whatever. You could play solo quests, so randomly generated dungeons. You had more role playing elements. The rule book was a lot longer. You were expected to assemble and paint the figures, and the box had a lot of cardboard in it. So it was just like, okay, you've got, standees or whatever, or tokens, and you're expected to go into the catalog of Citadel and buy more miniatures. What eventually ended up happening though is Advanced HeroQuest kind of flopped from what I could tell. It was only a European release. It didn't really go much further. It's a collector's item now, and there's people that love it, but it's more of a cult game. But then Workshop eventually retooled it into Warhammer Quest, and Warhammer Quest is still going strong. And unfortunately, Warhammer Quest is one of those games where it's not like HeroQuest. It's not for the masses. It's more for the early adopters. It's for the collectors. Like it'll come out, it'll sell out immediately, and then they go on to the next version. And the boxes are big and expensive. So that's Warhammer Quest. But Warhammer Quest developed the ideas that began in Advanced HeroQuest and just developed them further. So I think the first one was like 1995, but Advanced HeroQuest came out in 89, the same year as the first version. Anyway, if they did re-release Advanced HeroQuest, it would probably have to be a tweaked version. So it might be more like Warhammer Quest, but I think this would be great because just like with Talisman 5th edition, it was a collaborative work between Games Workshop and Hasbro, Avalon Hill, just like the old days. Because the original HeroQuest was a collaboration. It wasn't all Games Workshop. It wasn't all Milton Bradley. It was them working together, putting out something great. And people said, well, that'll never happen again. It's the two companies don't work together anymore. Not true. They work together on Talisman. So maybe they could do something like that. Or even if it was farmed out completely to another company, just like HeroQuest was all Avalon Hill, but then HeroScape ended up being Renegade Game Studios. So however they do it, I wouldn't mind seeing it. I would try it. I've never played it, but I know Advanced HeroQuest had rules in the back of the box, or I mean the back of the book. It was saying like, oh, if you've got the first version of HeroQuest, here's some rules. Here's how you can play it more as an RPG, or here's how you can use these assets in the other games. It's like, oh, that's sweet. Um, Patrick said, so Patrick O'Rourke of Avalon Hill, he was saying that if they end the print run on one of these like hero collections, like the Rogue Heir of Elethorn or the Path of the Wandering Monk, they're going to do their best to make sure that those characters stay available by just like including them in another expansion. So just like the Guardian Knight sold out and they didn't renew it, so that it was a limited run character. People were pissed. They had to apologize. The Knight then became just like he was just included in Rise of the Dreadmoon. So everybody that bought that got a copy of the Knight. It's like, okay, so they could do the same thing with the Rogue. So I would say, yeah, do that. I mean, it sucks to pay $45 to get that hero, but at the same time, like that's much better than paying scalper prices, trying to pay, $1,000 to get it off eBay.
Ronin mercenaries sound badass.
Oh yeah. Crypt of Perpetual Darkness. So Joe Manganiello's proprietary Mythic expansion, which we're actually playing now on Fridays. Now this weekend we're taking off, but people have commented and said, Joe Manganiello is Joe Manganiello, but this quest pack of his is not as awesome as it could have been. Like it could have been better. Well, people still want it. It has the dragon. It's got the acid pool tiles. It's got all that stuff. It's got the tavern tile. you could re-release it. You could tweak it up. You could update it. You could get Joe back in to give it another try, and people would buy it. So there's that. A lot of people want it. I was saying those Stephen Baker ads that they were doing, like just because at some point I think they're going to stop making expansions, new expansions. I mean, is it really going to go on forever? No, at some point I think it'll stop. But that doesn't mean they have to stop selling HeroQuest completely. They can keep promoting the stuff that they've already got. They could put out new videos, expanding the lore, free quests to entice people to buy it. Oh, did you know this, obscure part of HeroQuest? So as long as Stephen Baker's willing to do it, they could always bring him back to do some of those commercials promoting the different expansions. Now I know he's working on his own game now called Where Heroes Dare. Heroes Dare, yeah. And that one is with Dwarven Forge, maker of very expensive but very cool RPG tabletop terrain. But if he's not too busy doing that, maybe bring him back for some more promos. I think it would work. I mean, they got him back. I just assumed that Stephen Baker was done. Like he was not coming back. Like he did Prophecy of Telor. He helped promote the HasLab campaign, and it's like that was good. Okay, he did a couple commercials. That's cool. And now he's going to go back to doing what he does. His own projects, his freelance work. But then they brought him back to do First Light. Like he wrote those 10 quests. It's like, oh, sweet. Okay. So he may still have a few more adventures left in him. So I'd love to see it. I was saying HeroQuest in more languages. So again, they can expand their market. I mean, it's easy for me to say, oh yeah, just expand your market. Just do that. But they can translate all those quest books and just put them online digitally. But yeah, if they like Japan and Brazil were two countries that had HeroQuest back in the day, that had a presence, but now they don't have any. Like there's no official like version, local version. And people were saying, well, there's a lot of people that speak English, a lot of hardcore fans that are going to learn the language just so they can get it, and they're just going to order it. And it's like, okay, it's an import game. Maybe it doesn't have broad appeal, but I don't know. I think you could get people interested in it again, and you could have localized versions again or translated versions. But the big issue, the big complaint was Spain. In Spain, they get these expansions, and Hasbro Spain has fielded these complaints, which is that these expansions sell out like instantly and they don't get restocked. So then fans are importing them, translating them themselves because the demand is there, but they just can't meet the demand. Then I was saying Battle Masters should come back. Battle Masters is a related game. Space Crusade. Then there's this idea of a villains pack. So you've done the hero collections, one out of villains collection. Put some new monsters, some interesting villains, bad guys. So you've got your miniatures, you've got some cards, maybe promoting different abilities or strategies or tricks that they have. Stuff that people could use to make their own adventures or drop them into existing quests to spice them up. But I mean, you could have an alternate Witch Lord. You could have an alternate Sir Ragnar. There's lots of things you could do. And then the companion app, you could put in a dev mode where you can move monsters around. You could remix quests, make your own things. So that's just my list of suggestions. There's like lots of other things people put in. So this thread, if you want to read through this, lots of ideas here from people. But yeah, repost this stuff on Instagram, X, aka Twitter. It's like I refuse to call it X.
Subscribe, comment,
Rate, comment, subscribe. Yeah,
hit the bell.
put it. Yep,
Ding.
Facebook, Reddit. What other social media? TikTok.
I mean,
Yeah.
Knocking Dead, Kurgan, you did really good on this, and like, just in
Thanks.
general, I'd be down for something like this too. Like, we need to get involved. We need to get back on that talking about doing like a live HeroQuest session over here.
Oh man, I'd love that.
The table is ready.
Yes. A lot of people have been saying I want to see the world map of HeroQuest. Now, me personally, I'm like, oh, don't make it official because I want to just imagine my own. But then I'm like, what am I saying?
You
Like,
still
I don't
can
care
though,
about
can't
that.
you? Like
Yeah,
really, at the end of the
just
day.
because they can tell me, hey, look, this is canon, this is the new official thing, and I'll just be like, yeah, whatever. I'll just make up my own. But the fact is, people are curious. Like, what 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 would you
Yes,
intend
Jacer.
the rest of the world
Yes,
to be?
yes. My
Oh,
biggest request is to make a different HeroQuest board.
ah,
Also, uh, but yes, I agree with you, Jason. But the yeah, I want to because that reminded me of making a like a bigger map. I used to do that
mm,
all the time with like my Star Wars miniatures maps. I would alter the crap out of them to make them larger.
cool.
Um, I mean, they came with like the big papers and stuff that you'd lay out, but like you know, what if you
Hmm.
wanted to be inside a Star Destroyer or something? Like you grab some tile hallways and you just place them in there, and that's how you do that. But like, yeah, like I see that traditional game board a lot, and that's great. But like, what if you want to alter without placing like the blockages in the hallways? What if you want to alter that, or make your like do your like you want to do your own quest or alter your own quests? Like that's what I'm saying. Like make a bigger board, do a bigger
Yeah,
board.
yeah, yeah. I love the traditional board where you just modify it with the blocked hallways and stuff. But I think they are dipping their toe in that area because with First Light you flip the board over and you've got the caverns. But
Yeah.
it's like that's just a start. That's just one possible permutation. I was surprised they didn't just give us a book of, a box of like room tiles and corridor tiles, because then you could arrange them any way you wanted. Now it does add to setup time to like have the puzzle pieces like that. Or, what if your table isn't big enough? You're going off the table, as Bardic Broadcast joked. But yeah, just a different board. I mean, there's people selling themed boards on Etsy. So there's like a Frozen Horror board, which is, it's just all ice themed. Um, there's people who have just like widened the corridors. They just wanted all the corridors to be doubles. It's like, okay, sure. That changes the gameplay. Hex tiles. Yeah, the hex tiles were used in Battle Masters. So Battle Masters has like a play mat. It's like a shower curtain, basically, because it's a war game that you play on the floor. And there's big cardboard tiles that are hexagonal shaped that you can put down, which would be like a bridge crossing or a marsh that you have to go around with your armies. So yeah, there's ways to do it. There's ways to do it. Yeah, Ninja Mercenary, Ronin Mercenary. Yeah, Mercenary pack. So we had two different sets of mercenaries in the new official Hero Quest. You had the human mercenaries with the four different weapons, and then you've had the elf mercenaries, and there's only one of each. So you got to like protect them because there's only one of each one. But yeah, there could be all kinds of new characters, new monsters. I mean, I'm thinking of some of the things that my anonymous source was telling me. Like, what about orcs with just different weapons? Something simple like that. It's still something that not only would some people like to paint it, but it fuels your imagination. So yeah, I mean, those are all great ideas. And yeah, show us the rest of the world map if you want, or show us another corner of the map.
So
I was thinking, this like the Star Wars RPG. Let me just say this one thing here. Um, yeah, the Star Wars RPG. It's like you could always make up your own planets, right? You could just say, "Oh yeah,
yeah,
I know this is not in a movie, but just like with HeroQuest, you could map out the world, but you could always say, yeah, 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 but there's this one uncharted island that nobody knew about that my adventure takes place in, and it would still fit in the world if you wanted it to. Sorry, we're going over time here, I think.
no, I was just gonna say you're actually almost coming right up on time. So you're doing
Oh,
great. You're doing wonderful. Hey, like I said, every time I think we don't have enough, bro. You ran the show today. You're doing great. Hey, don't let me stop. Don't let me stop you.
Don't stop me now, because I'm having a good time. Yeah. Uh, Another thing I was thinking, like wound trackers. I don't know. Some of this stuff, like somebody will say, no, 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 this is too much. This is some other game. But it's like just like when Jungles of Delthrak and First Light and Rise of the Dread Moon get made. There's people that are going to look at it and go, yeah, that doesn't feel like HeroQuest to me. That's something new. Kind of like your Star Wars. It's like, this is the new stuff, or your Lord of the Rings. This is the new stuff. This is not the same. But there's plenty of other people who are like, yeah, bring it on. Either I'm going to play it and love it, or I'm going to dissect it and use it to create my own thing that I've always wanted to, because you've given me the pieces, you've given me the inspiration to create my own stuff. Because really, they don't need to release new expansions. You don't need to buy our books, as Gary Gygax didn't want people to say about D&D. It's like you can just make it all up yourself. But what they're doing is they're running a business, they're making money, they're selling products, and the upside is it's inspiring you to make your own adventures.
To
Because
be creative.
yeah, yeah, it's like I can make a frozen adventure with like ice monsters on my own. But if you sell me a pack that has ice monsters and tiles like that already, it's like, ooh, I can easily do that. And I'm not buying like Reaper miniatures to do it. I'm buying your miniatures. I'm buying your tiles, to create it. So they're benefiting, and you're using that as a springboard for your cool stuff.
So before we close for break, is there any final topics we have regarding HeroQuest tonight?
Is this where we bring people on, or we're gonna wait to do that?
If you want to bring some people on, that's great. If you got
Yeah.
anybody,
So anybody in the chat want to join us in the Discord and actually talk about any of this stuff that we've been talking about? Jacer's
you
been
can
saying
let
a
us
lot
know.
of stuff.
If you want to join, you can message us here in chat. We can send you a link, or you can message us on Discord, and we'll just bring you into. We'll go into the streaming room on either my Discord, or if you've got a streaming room or room to use, we can do that.
Yeah, because we don't have an official RantCast voice
We
channel.
need one.
Oh man, are we gonna start a whole new Discord for it? Because I mean, I feel like the bus of Discord, yours is kind of the place where we do it. But I mean, I announce it in HeroQuest fans as well. It's like,
I would say if
"Yeah."
somebody does want to join, we should still take our break first. That way we're freshened up a little
Okay,
bit. But
okay.
let's see
So
if
break
anybody wants to
first.
join. Let's give people at least a minute to
Oh dang,
respond.
Jacer. Yeah, he's right. There's a bunch of conventions coming up. So maybe predictions for PulseCon, September 13th, 3 days from now. They usually don't say much about HeroQuest, but there'd be some blurb. It's like, okay, what's it going to be? Is it going to be the release date for First Light? Essenspiel in Germany is a big one. Luca in Italy. Sorry, I pushed you onto the strange bus.
It
Comment of the night,
happens.
right there. Yeah. Well, yeah. I don't know what they're gonna say at those conventions. I mean, I would hope that yeah we get more details on First Light, but yeah, do you think it'll be a November release, as some people were saying, instead of January, February? Do you think they'll say anything about Wizards of Morcar? I don't know, because I'm not able to attend any of those events. Actually, I think PulseCon is just for um, employees of Hasbro. It's just them promoting their products, and usually they like talk about GI Joe for an hour, Transformers for an hour, Ghostbusters, all this stuff, Star Wars, and then it's like, oh yeah, and HeroQuest is blah blah blah, and then they move on to the next thing. You're like, wait, rewind, what was that again? Let's zoom and enhance. Remember that picture that we had, the background behind the lady talking, like it was dark, and you like brightened it
Oh
up
my
and you
god.
could see
Pulled the Blade Runner tactic.
the
Zoom. Enhance.
yeah, they put little Easter eggs to tease us all the time on that show.
Jace
Oh
says
yeah,
maybe
yeah,
dice and roller tray.
yes, yeah. Oh man, I forgot all about that. Yeah, fan roll. So they had this event where these local stores, these friendly local game shops that, they were going to put down Magic the Gathering for 2 seconds and promote HeroQuest. Well, unfortunately, there weren't any of those stores within 50 miles or 100 miles of me, so I didn't get any free dice.
Kurgan,
But
real quick,
some
real
people
quick.
did
Hey,
get
real
to do that.
quick. I really gotta use the
Yeah.
restroom, so we gotta take a break real quick. I want you to get too deep, and then I'm
Yeah.
dying over here. So
Okay. Yeah,
sorry,
we got more
guys.
things to talk about. Okay,
Got our
so
break.
5 minute or 10 minute?
We'll do minimum 5 minute. If I need that extra 5 minutes, I'll let somebody know. But yeah, we'll start with 5 minutes. I'll do
Request.
our BRB. But yeah, we'll be right back, guys. Thanks for waiting.
Yeah. Don't
Um,
go away. Maybe we
yeah,
can get you talking. Give your
yeah.
thoughts. My voice needs a rest for sure. Yeah, StrangeBus pointed this out to me. I don't take breaks when I do the rantcast. Maybe I
You
should.
just go.
Totally.
You're just
I just go.
hardcore.
But man, by the end of the show, I'm just like dying. I'm like, oh, I can't do it.
It's
I
because
have to end the stream.
so you just nap at the end, man. I don't do that. Like I do the rantcast and I power on for about 3 more hours. So I
You go out and
need
work in the
those.
yard for a couple hours. You throw the kids
Yeah,
around. You
in the
want to do
in the
another
pitch
stream.
black of night. Yeah,
Yep.
get them hitting the
Sure.
green.
Yep.
All
Deal
right,
18 hole. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah.
let's do a quick BRB. We'll be right back, guys. Don't go away.
Hold that thought. Yes.
All right, and we're back with more RantCast Podcast. Let me go ahead and get Kurgan back here. All right, Kurgan, you're back.
Podcast.
That's right. Just before we get started again, I do have one thing to add. I have this really wonderful bottle of Woodford Reserve that I have been gently nursing. Not tonight, just over the course of, I don't know, the year I've had it. I am pouring one gently out for our dear departed uh, friend James Earl Jones, and I'm going to do it in this. I'm just taking one soft, small glass in this Darth Vader shot glass. Um, so I'm gonna do this properly here. You won't be able, I won't be able to hear anybody, but I'm gonna show the world my bald ass head. I'm gonna take my hat off and give us a moment of silence for. I thought I'd do it right.
Yep. Amen. Thanks for the memories.
Indeed. But you may continue, good sir.
Yep.
I was
Not,
looking
not,
at that
not
on
talking
break.
about it.
I was like, hey, I do have a Darth Vader shot glass.
Yeah. Now's the time. I wore Expressions of Vader shirt. Some people have probably seen that. It was an old meme where it's like all the faces are the same because he's wearing the mask. Scared, sad, angry.
Oh, indeed,
But yeah,
yeah.
had to pull it out of mothballs to wear it. Okay, so we got some comments from Jacer and Bohemyus. Um, Hope it's a 6/3 dwarf runesmith or 8/2-ish dwarf beast slayer for a first light related cleric or paladin. Oh, and a brand new hero. Yeah. Well, we were talking about a paladin. I mean, when the monk was announced, people were like, "Oh yeah, is this going to be a cleric or a paladin? A holy warrior?" But I mean, and Carmine at the time was saying like, we don't want to imitate exactly what D&D already has, but D&D has a monk as well. So it's kind of like no matter what you're doing, somebody has like HeroQuest is always going for the fantasy tropes. Like it's a generic
Oh,
recreation of something you remember from something else.
and
So it's
something
always
else.
gonna
Sorry, I
inspire.
don't mean to cut
Yeah,
you off. Like I said,
go for it.
I'm ready to go. So I'm kind of
Right.
busting out of my cage a little bit. Um,
Yeah, he's loose, folks. We can't
Another thing
control him.
I would like to, because this is coming off of what Doug Hopkins
Yeah.
mentioned. What do we want in HeroQuest? Um, this might be a little controversial to a lot of people. They've been in the fantasy realm. Have we ever thought about doing something other than that?
Ah,
Like stay in the
something ab-
fantasy genre, but like maybe a different era of time.
so not just the sword and sorcery magic, you mean?
Yes.
Hmm. Interesting. So would this be like
Now,
taking the
just
same
correct me if that's already been done, or if like that's
mechanic,
like yeah, because like I said, I'm not as familiar with the board game, um, and the board game space, but like that's why I'm bringing that up now. Is like
the engine, using the engine to
yeah,
create something else? Well,
I mean, you
I
can always
don't
do that at home too, but like at the same time, like doing it,
official.
like them doing it officially, yeah. Like
Powered by
keeping the formula,
HeroQuest.
right? You've got the barbarian, the elf, the wizard, the dwarf. You're renaming them. You're adding different, like you're putting something different in there. You're kind of coding it different, and then you're putting in a different era. Like I'm not gonna say the era because there's nothing in particular. I'm just saying getting away from the sword and sorcery deal. Now
So
that could be like
steampunk or
I mean yeah, or fuck,
futuristic,
just
like
going into like just a little bit ahead. Like you could go into um kind of like the Flintlock era or something.
mm,
I don't know, something similar. Um,
gunpowder.
but yes, yes,
Well, in it.
assassins and thieves, like something like that, like where it does
Ah,
include different types of weapons, but like you've got you're still in kind of like that um sword and sorcery deal, but you've added like you're adding different like elements of gameplay because it's a different like time period.
Cyberpunk 1553.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know.
That's all I can
Johnny
think of.
Silverhand with his mandolin.
Wake up, barbarian. We've got a village to burn.
There was on I'll plug Covert Nerd podcast, which I was
Oh,
on recently, by
I've
the
still
way.
been wanting to speak to that guy. Every
Yeah,
time I see him, I'm like, man, I
Lee
need to email that guy. Or
Lee at
bring him on
Covert
the
Nerd.
show. We need to bring him on the
Oh
show.
man, yeah, he's pretty busy, but he's a cool guy. He can definitely knock out a few hours with you. Um, yeah, so he interviewed a guy because he did a series on HeroQuest. It wasn't just me, although I've been a recurring guest. Um, but yeah, one guy he created like a Star Wars board game using the HeroQuest engine. So it was
Didn't I
a
mention
Clone
that at
Wars.
one point in time?
Maybe you did. Maybe you knew all about it, and I'm just talking nonsense. But like I'd never heard of it before until he mentioned it on his show, and I was like, oh, that's sweet. Like somebody did a lot of work to create that. Because the HeroQuest system is really simple. I mean, you've got your combat dice, your movement dice.
So
You've got
Jacer,
really simple mechanics for searching and
would you be talking about like a Yojimbo Hero Quest?
ah, not a Western, but an Eastern. Ah,
Yeah, like like Kojima, like Yojimbo,
mhm.
because you're saying like Western martial art. And that's the first thing I thought of was I thought of the
Ah,
drums, like the
okay. Okay.
um
I was about to say Yakuza Quest. You've ever
Yakuza
killed
Quest.
anyone? Well, see,
No,
and
no,
see
no.
they can put tributes to it. You know, you have your four enforcers, and one of the guys is kind of shorter and he's got a beard, and the other guy's taller and he's kind of ripped, and maybe then there's a thinner guy who's got some special talents.
Give yourself some Kurosawa. Put some Kurosawa in your Hero Quest.
Yeah. All of a sudden, somebody's missing an arm.
That's right.
You know, black and white.
You've
Oh yeah, the
taken
pieces. The pieces could be like
you've taken too
painted in
much
black and
damage.
white. The board could be sepia. Could do it.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'll do it.
They could do so many. Well, see, here again is your crossover. It could be an existing IP or it could be something totally new. I hadn't thought of that. That's pretty sweet. Because really, officially, I mean, you could say the HeroQuest combat system is very similar to the one that's used in HeroScape, although HeroScape takes it to another level in the advanced rules. But I mean, the combat dice are pretty much identical. And Battle Masters has a very similar combat system as well, but again, just with the dice. So you could do that.
Well, and
And
that's what I'm
yeah, it
saying is
could be a
like
totally different.
in this sort
Yeah.
of time period, it was still swords, right?
Mhm. Yep.
Um,
So you still have your melee combat.
yep. But you also have range combat with
Hmm.
older style pistols like
Yeah.
revolvers. Um,
Matchlock.
matched.
Like,
Well, they actually
or
had.
they
I
had
think
already
this is Western
reloading.
revolver. So yeah,
Okay. Yeah. So muzzle loaders.
or 6 shooters, kind of.
Yeah. Cartridges.
Yeah.
You can tell I'm not a firearms aficionado. I only know a few things. I just know that yeah, and if you look at the history of firearms, you like I didn't see Mulan as a kid. I saw it as an adult, and I'm like, why are they using rocket launchers? But then it's like, oh, sweet, it's the fire lance. It's the precursor to the firearm. You know, you've got a rocket on a stick, and you point at the enemy, light the fuse, and
Yep.
watch the fireworks. But yeah, then you go to matchlock, flintlock, eventually you get modern day bullets. Then you get lasers and phasers and fun stuff.
Oh no.
Star Trek Quest.
Battlemaster has a cannon.
It does.
It
See,
does.
I've always talked about how in D&D they show these massive dragons like that are the size of like buildings and there's some knight fighting it. It's like, dude, he has no chance. But in Battle
No
Masters,
chance. That's what you
what
got.
you got. Yeah, I was about to say. Um in Battle Masters, it's a war game. It's an easy like my first war game kind of thing. The chaos side has the ogre champion. Is it the ogre champion or the ogre mercenary? I think it's the ogre champion. He's a really large size ogre. He's got his own base and everything. And then on the empire side, you've got a cannon crew. So you've got it looks like a Civil War cannon, and you got these two armored corsair type guys with their the one guy's got the torch and the other guy's got the little ramrod to load the cannon. So it's like okay, you send the cannon out. You could take a dragon down with that thing. I mean, you got to have somebody to distract the dragon so it doesn't just torch your gunpowder pile and blow the whole thing up. But yeah, it could be done. So yeah, so Battle Masters was set in the same time period and same era as HeroQuest, and they advertised it as from the makers of HeroQuest. And you could look at Warhammer Fantasy Battle Third Edition and Warhammer Fantasy RPG First Edition from the '80s. They mixed all that stuff together because obviously they wanted to be able to take the whole Citadel Miniatures Games Workshop back catalog and just everything is legal. So you could have gnomes and centaurs and dwarves and elves and orcs and knights and barbarians and like everybody just thrown together. But yeah, some people had guns. It's like okay, how do you balance that? Well, maybe they have limited ammo. Maybe they're not as accurate as later firearms. So, you know, that sort of thing. Maybe magic can stop bullets.
So going
It could work.
forward,
I like your idea. That's what I'm trying to say.
we have asked, what do we want in HeroQuest? Is there anything anybody else wants to add before we move on to our next topic?
Live action cosplay, full size Hero Quest. Someday, that's my dream. Get a
That's
stadium.
expensive. It's too expensive.
Very expensive. Yeah,
Sorry, we
it's more
can't do
expensive than like chess in the park.
that.
A cast of thousands, giant lawn dice.
They can make the miniature of the king on horse for Battlemaster Heroescape.
Yeah. Well, in the HeroQuest adventures, like the official ones, like in between, it'll say, "Oh yes," and then the king's troops come in to take down the rest of the ogre horde or whatever. Or there's like a battle that takes place in between. Like the original four heroes, like so centuries before the HeroQuest takes place, Mentor brings four heroes to unite all the different factions together. Very similar to Lord of the Rings, where they go after, instead of Sauron, it's Sargon or Morkar. So there's this big epic battle, but I mean it's all off camera. So you could create that battle using a Battle Masters type uh, system if you want to. They could have gone with a catapult or ballista, but went with a cannon, so gunpowder's possible. But see, the thing is, and I forget this too, because of movies and comics and novels and stuff, we always think of it as, yeah, everybody was using swords and armor, and then all of a sudden they switched to guns. Not true. There was a long, slow development. So people had cannons, people had explosives, there were grenades, and the armor kept improving to compensate, as much as they could for that type of weapon. But the guns got better and better and better, and then so finally, I mean, we still have body armor today, so it never totally went away. But I mean, swords became ceremonial, so you just still had bayonets, you had combat knives, but yeah, it was more like that's a tool for peeling your potatoes, not necessarily like rushing off to stab somebody in the midst of a battlefield. But yeah, so you had stuff side by side, and you also have fantasy fiction, like you think of He-Man and the Masters of the Universe, where they've got laser guns and they've also got magical swords. So you can mix it together, and Warhammer does that already. Yeah, I think if you had shown that to me as a kid, I would have said they didn't have cannons back then. But then some nerdier kid than myself would have been like, well, actually, at the Battle of so and so, they did have cannons. Didn't win the battle, but it was a it was a big help. You know, Warhammer did have gunpowder in the lore, yeah, and it also had dinosaurs. So at
What?
first you laugh at the dinosaurs, in HeroQuest, and then you're like, well, but Warhammer did have it first, so I guess it's not that
It,
silly.
I even remember it had dinos. I'm so
Mhm.
out of touch with
Right.
the Warhammer series. It's not even funny.
Now, I don't know what people thought of it back then. Like back in 1987, where people like these dinosaurs were stupid. Like I don't want these. Like, did they not sell, or did people just accept it and say, "Yep, yep, of course. I was going to put dinosaurs in anyway. I'm glad you made it official." Get your toy dinosaurs and glue an orc on top of it, or whatever. Get your giant plastic spiders from Halloween and glue goblins on top. They're goblin riders, spider riders. Yeah, I would love that. As a kid, that was like the thing that you wanted to do. You wanted to just like take cool and add another cool on top of it, so it becomes like ultra cool. Didn't matter
Super
if it
cool.
seems silly. Just do it. Make it happen.
Dinosaurs was mainstream. Yes, Jurassic
Yep.
Park. Oh
Yep.
man, that's
Yeah.
another.
Yeah.
That's a whole nother episode.
Yeah. Well, and yeah, you think about it. And I'm thinking, so Jungles of Delthrak is the one we're referencing here. So the HeroQuest expansion that has raptors. You bred raptors. Yes, we did. We don't have a T-Rex, but we could have a T-Rex. So you've got dinosaurs in it. But you think about, if Jungles of Delthrak had been released back in the classic days of HeroQuest, it would have been probably around that time, 92, 93. Jurassic Park was a mega blockbuster. People are thinking about dinosaurs again. And it's like, okay, seems like a would have been a good fit. So
Liverpool.
even though they're making new stuff, they're kind of reaching back. It's like retro nostalgia. In a way, it's like, I know we've talked about The Mandalorian before, the good and the bad and the ugly. But the best parts of The Mandalorian, I think, were where they reached back into that fertile soil from which Star Wars sprang and tried to create things that maybe could have been something that you could imagine appearing alongside Lucas's stuff.
Okay. Okay. So that branches into our next subject, my friend.
Segue.
So
Oh, but
that's a great segue, Kurgan. That's a great
but
segue. Because
and it was
I'm about ready to burst over here, dying. I'm
gonna
dying
burst
to
over here.
tell you.
Tell you
Let me
this
tell you
thing.
about this watch.
His father's watch.
His father's
But
watch.
did we have any takers for the call-in show?
Let
I
me
guess
check
I should
Discord real
shut
quick
some
because
people up.
I didn't see any messages. Give me a second.
Yeah,
I don't have any messages in my Discord or any personal
people just not
DMs.
did people just not know what we're talking about? Could someone message me? Like, send me a message if you want. If you're on Discord right now, send me a message. Send Kurgan a message that you want to call into the show, and we'll get you on for a few minutes to talk about HeroQuest stuff, upcoming conventions, predictions. I mean, people are talking already in the chat.
If you're
Dinosaurs were in
interested,
40K.
you got it.
Oh, I didn't know dinosaurs were in 40K. That's cool. Giant knight mechs rounded the dinos up medieval worlds. Hmm, cool. Because see, if this were my show, I'd be doing Quest Talk on HeroQuest fans. That's how I did it. People would just jump in there and start talking. But I don't know if on this setup we can do that. Like,
Well,
would you
so the
in,
deal is
in
if you're interested, you send us a DM, say, hey, I want to join the podcast. Be like, okay. Then you can hop into this voice chat or you'll hop into Kurgan's voice chat, which is for you, it's Quest Talk. For me, it'd be the stream voice room. So,
Oh, okay. So really, we should just put our Discord links there.
I mean, they're already in. So when you're looking at the stream, it's got our Discord links already stated on the stream. I didn't even double check. So our
Oh,
Discord
fair.
invites are in there, unless they're bad. But I mean, Jacer's in both of our Discords, I think.
Yeah.
A lot of the people currently in chat are.
Okay.
But yeah,
So if I go to the bus of Discord, see, because I wasn't sure if we had to invite them into the, like, you and I are basically having a private chat right now.
so for example, I have two voice chats. I've got group voice and I've got stream. So usually if I want to have an invite only, I'll choose the stream one. So I'm just going to group voice right now. Just hop into group voice for me and I'll join you.
Okay.
Kaboom.
Okay.
Now, anybody who wants to join can hop into group voice at my Discord. If you're not part of my Discord, I will send you an invite link. Kaboom.
Oh, Jacer is saying it's too late. He's gonna wake up his wife and kids. Well, get them on the chat. Come on, to bring the whole family. No, I'm kidding. I get it. I get it.
All right, we
Bohemyus is gonna do it. He's ready to go.
do
Maybe
you want to hop in, Bohemius? I mean, you're going to be dragged into the Star Wars discussion too if you do that. So just to let you know, you're in for a ride.
he doesn't have any opinions about Star Wars. No, I'm kidding. Joking. He totally
Well,
can.
he's going to have one. He's going to have
He's
them.
gonna have. He has opinions. I'm just teasing. Yeah. Sure. We'd love to have you. Is he in the bus of Discord?
We got somebody. We got somebody.
Hey.
Hold on.
Hello.
He's currently muted. So give me a second.
Hey, Bohemians. You're on the air. The RantCast.
Yeah, I was just trying to mute everything to not have any echo. Okay.
Welcome.
Is it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I want to push Jacer so we come both in the chat to talk about it. No, I mean, I think we already talk about everything, but if we want to talk about the prediction, what we can expect for the end of the year. Okay, with you guys tell me what you want to talk about it, and we talk about it.
Hey, quick thing, Bohemyus. I'm forgetting. Is this the first time you've been on the RantCast, or am I forgetting? Were you on another time?
Probably another time. I don't remember.
Been a while.
Probably the
Well,
first with StrangeBus the first.
okay.
Probably once
Okay.
the StrangeBus was not
Oh,
available.
one of the ones.
I don't
Yeah, because
remember.
I would grab a
Hmm.
bunch of you guys to like fill in for the
Yeah.
fact that it was just me. Didn't want
Yeah,
to be by
because of my
myself.
busy schedule, because I'm always like, oh, I'll usually tell Kurgan, yeah, I'm down. Let's go. Let's get this cast started in the same day. Like, oh man, family stuff's come up. You have to pull
Shit.
without me. And then he's like, all right, everybody, just hop in.
Yeah. We had some good shows though.
Oh
But
man, like
yeah,
those were great.
yeah.
Those were-
So Bohemyus, again, correct me if I'm wrong. Were you on one of the HeroQuest Italia Grog streams? Did you?
No. The, I mean, I participate. They were live. They were doing their own conversation. I always participate in
Nice.
the chat.
That's a good show. I would participate more, except for the language barrier. I mean, I'll say something like I see them acknowledge me, but it's just like, okay, I know it's not the same if we're all speaking the same
Hmm.
language. But um, they had Luca Pasci on, and that he revealed that image, and I thought, wow, that must mean that we're moving forward with something. Like I wasn't sure the status of the project because it kind of gotten quiet for a little while. What was your impression of that? Did you feel like he said more about the Wizard Quest pack at that time, or was it just more
Uh,
like just a
the
little
only
publicity
when
stunt?
when Luca Paschi made he just posted the no, yeah, he didn't add anything. That was just like something they did extra, like a flyer to add to the project. And I asked actually in private Luca Paschi, and he said they're going they're ready. They're getting there. Okay, they're not ready yet
Mhm.
to release this expansion, but I mean
Mhm.
they're working hard to release it soon.
That's
So that one was just an addendum. No, but yeah, I think they're doing an awesome job. I mean, I understand is economically is is completely a waste of money because they are
yeah.
not going to return us any
Oh yeah.
penny of.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, it's a
and that's
great
what
hobby.
yeah, and I was saying that about the love of the game, so to speak. I mean, I'm thinking of HeroQuest fans. My stream, it's like if I was doing this to like, be a job or make a profit, forget it. Because I've spent more money on it than I've gotten back. I mean, I've earned some money, but it's like at best I could say, well, okay, this is paying for my HeroQuest hobby. This is paying for my HeroQuest habit. Like every few months I get a check and I can use that to buy an expansion. But I mean, like the t-shirts, like I spent my own money on that and just gave those away because I wanted to. I didn't think, oh yeah, I'm gonna get paid back for this stuff. I'm gonna make double. It's like no. So yeah, same thing there. I mean, they couldn't sell it if they wanted to. So yeah, it's definitely a labor of love that they're doing that. And yeah, I'm a little jealous that you got to like be a little closer to the experience because of the language. Um, and some other people too. But yeah, yeah,
Yeah, I can always translate, no problem.
yeah. Well, I was on one of their streams once where I was just like I would copy and paste the chat and I would put it into the translator and then I would come back and like, okay, so this is what they said. And I would try to translate and like I probably sound like a 2-year-old. I sound like a child saying this, but that's the machine translation, because I don't know that.
Um, but they're open. I think Matteo, or one of the two hosts, he speaks English. He understands English. He can he can really have a conversation in English. So I don't know. The problem is the show is made for Italian people. So
Yeah.
yeah, but he will answer in English if somebody asking English questions. I'm sure of it.
That's pretty cool. Yeah,
Hmm.
because I mean, people like me who really aren't that good with other languages, is like, I know that there's these other communities out there, and it's like, man, I wish I knew what the Italians and the Germans and the French were doing, and I just get little hints of it, Spanish. So it's like, okay, but yeah, it's cool. So what do you think? Do you think he would translate it into other languages? I mean, if he
Sure,
doesn't,
they're
someone else
going.
will.
They're going. Oh, in Italian for sure. But yeah, the project is completely in English. They project everything to be completed in English, and yeah, as a first language.
Yeah, and then
I
the
don't know.
translations are all based on that then. In that
Yes, so based on the English version.
Yeah. As opposed to like the Japanese HeroQuest that was translated into German. So I mean, you had
Yes,
other
exactly.
things. Although, well, because you could say, well, Japanese HeroQuest was translated from English. Actually, no, because they created it from the ground up, their own version of the game. I mean, I'm sure they talked to the English creators as well, but yeah, it was their own version. So then we translate it into English, and then you can translate it to other languages. Yeah, it all shared. So what do you think about these conventions? So PulseCon, Real Lesson, and
But
LibCon.
PostCon is weird because um, what they give us in PostCon in the past? Nothing, or they give us
Very little.
I don't remember. I don't remember what they give us. The dice. They announce the dice. I don't remember. So it's possible they're going to announce the Jungle of Deathbirth dice set, or
Yeah.
the release date of First Light. Okay,
Mhm.
is it possible they're going to present actually the product because they already shown the product in Gen Con, so
Yeah.
they maybe open the sales.
Hey, we got the
Yeah.
HodgePodge here, and we got Jacer in here as well. Cool.
Well,
Welcome.
for what I know, okay, talking about the past, okay, the previous year, the host of Luca said something that was interesting last year. Okay, when was the moment to choose? They make him choose between the Wandering Monk, uh, the two Prophecy of Taylor, and come out of my mind in a second. The two expansion, okay, the two small boxes, and the Ogre Award.
Oh yeah.
Okay, he choose to they gave him the choice. Choose between these three options, which one you want to present to the public, and he chose the box of the Ogre Award. So if they had something similar this year, possible that Jacob got first light, Essen gets something else, and Luca gets something else.
Okay. So each
Because
one gets.
was the one
You,
that presented Prophecy of Taylor and Spirit Queen Dormant.
you you get the box lid, and then somebody else gets the other one.
Who knows? Maybe they finally get it. They give they give them something concrete, but who knows?
Yep. Like
Who knows?
we Kurgan,
Okay,
we revised the courage. It just keeps on lasting. It's more than one attack.
Thanks,
Like,
Hodge, for the follow.
Oh,
we
cool.
like patterns.
I appreciate
They
it.
like patterns. I mean,
Mhm.
We appreciate it.
yeah.
What's this
Yeah.
about a tiki bar? Somebody has a tiki bar.
Who got the tiki bar?
Oh, there's just a comment. So the RantCast podcast. You mentioned you have a tiki bar.
Yeah,
I built
Jacer
it on
said.
Friday.
Yeah, Jacer said he was outside the tiki bar. I was like, man, you have a tiki bar?
Oh, I missed
I've
that.
got a bonfire. Like I built my own bonfire, like out of like a tractor tire rim, and like I got some brick and dirt and stuff. Like so, I made it like look nice, and then I built like a little like makeshift patio thing around it. But like, man, I've never built my own tiki bar. It's like that'd be kind of nice to have.
This is
To
like
sit outside.
The Sims coming to life. Yeah. Yoo-hoo, trim up. Woo. And then you build the little thing. Okay. Yeah, so I think those are good predictions. Make something special for each event to kind of string us along, get us interested, make us pay attention, stretch it out. I mean, one of the things that I got from N Carmine is he just loved like teasing us and stringing us along and keeping us guessing until the next big reveal. So I think that's pretty good. Time for the next topic. We're gonna drag you all into Star Wars territory.
Oh yeah, are you guys ready for that?
Because there's some drama in the world of Star Wars, I hear.
There's a bunch, whole bunch.
Shocked
So
to learn that.
I won't feel offended if nobody wants to talk about my lame ass Star Wars stuff anymore because it's gotten pretty lame lately. But so we've got a couple things on the docket in regards to Star Wars. I mean, more acolyte drama, of course, but my focus today has been more on the diversity of the fan base. I mean, there's always been a little bit of diversity as far as Star Wars is concerned, but let me go ahead and fix this.
You're talking about diversity in the sense of like people having different views of the universe and how it should be, different fandoms.
Yeah, so like, you know, we had like when the prequels came out, you know, people who hated the prequels, and like, you know, had liked their original trilogy, and people like both. Like for example, me, I don't mind the prequels
I was
at
in the
all.
latter character. Yeah,
And
I had some problems with episode 1, but I generally liked the prequels, not as much as the OT, but I was not one of these people who was just trashing it.
But since, you know, Disney took over, it's been kind of slowly over the past 10 years kind of getting not just diverse but more hostile. We've kind of gotten a little bit more hostile.
I've definitely trashed Disney Star Wars. I haven't threatened anybody, but I've definitely trashed.
So there's the difference. There's a difference, and why I'm saying like more of a diversity in the fan base. So like now we're getting to the point to where we have adults acting like children, and people getting really like cruel, like beyond cruel. Like, you know, it was different when we were just saying, "Hey, Lucas ruined our you know, our favorite stuff," and you know, you talk crap, and you know, people say, "Well, Boba Fett's not the coolest character ever." Well, what do you mean you fight on the playground? It's like you have people who are in positions of power, or they're influencers, or they're big time people who are now attacking people's way of life, their way of work, because somebody else has an opinion on something.
Wait a minute. StrangeBus, the way you said that, I didn't like that, so I think you should be demonetized.
Oh no. It's a
and
good
you're like,
thing. It's a good thing we're not
we
famous.
don't have any money.
Yeah, joke's on you. So
go ahead,
like I said,
take all the money I don't have.
The last couple RantCasts, I've talked a lot about like people like Star Wars Theory, or I've brought up the Acolyte, and this kind of revolves around the same thing, but it's kind of in the worst sense. About 11 days ago, and I've got my notes here.
Drama.
About 11 days ago, one of the stars to the Acolyte. Let me go ahead and make sure I'm in the right. Yeah, Amandla Stenberg, and you can look her up because I don't feel like doing all that work here. I've got the people in the chat posted up here at the top, but Amandla Stenberg had a kind of like a calm like 8-year-old childhood meltdown. And then
She's the star of
made a
the
statement.
acolyte?
She plays like the Osha and May character, I believe, and just kind of used a lot of big buzzwords and then summarized kind of like saying, hey, if you don't like our show, or the people who don't like our show who have been like saying like bad things about our show are very toxic people and racist people. And I don't
Oh, wait a
really
minute. I
particularly
remember
think
now.
of myself
She
as a
made,
race.
yeah,
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I
you're
mean,
racist if you don't like my show.
yeah, I've had toxic moments in my life, but I don't really consider myself to be a racist. But and you know, Star Wars Theory made this comment about how like we kind of overuse that term quite a lot. Like, if you don't like something of mine that kind of tells my story of hardship or strife and diversity, you're racist. And like, I feel like that's kind of like a kind of like a weird thing, because like you don't have to not like something. Like, I feel like that doesn't make you racist if you don't like a show. Like, if you don't, you don't particularly like a show or genre or like a particular thing. Now, if you're hating on it because of a certain person or because of their like of who they are or what they are, then maybe that's a different story. But like,
Yeah.
I don't like the Acolyte because it sucks.
Dang.
Like, I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, and
So.
you did that for free. You didn't have to film a music video. You
Oh
just,
no. Yeah. You don't have to pay me to say that. That's
it's
not
like
a.
this is DX coming out. It's like you can prepare to suck it.
And another big thing was, this was a person who's now on kind of a rising career path, who couldn't look the camera in the eye to give the people who actually appreciate her the time of day to make this statement. She was like messing with her hair, and she was looking the other direction. She was doing other things, and in a very like calm and like, I don't know, like stale
Wasn't
tone,
she
telling people like how she appreciates them. But
wasn't
she kind of
she
lives in her own bubble. She summarized how she lives in her own bubble, kind of stays away from people, and
somebody
like,
correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't she the little girl from the Hunger Games?
I don't know. I didn't watch those movies. I wasn't huge on
Oh,
those movies either. And if I
okay.
did,
Well,
I was
anyway.
like 20 when the first one came out.
Well,
I
never mind.
probably didn't care.
Sorry.
So,
Yeah.
But obviously you don't like strong female leads. Duh.
oh yeah, I didn't like Princess
I
Leia or Amanda Ripley or Ellen Ripley, or I didn't like a lot of any of those other characters in the 80s
I'm a
either.
friend of
Like,
Sarah Connor.
yeah, or yeah, or Sarah Connor. Those were awful. Like, like,
Man, like talk about stolen valor. Like, dude,
and if
do
we
you
want to go with
remember?
Disney characters too, I mean, you've got Mulan, you've got Jasmine, you've got a lot. Any Disney princess out there? Nope, no sir.
Tons. What the hell, dude?
So, I mean,
Didn't
like,
what's her name? Who did Captain Marvel? She said something really stupid. I mean, I know there's no connection, but it's like some
Brie
people are just
Larson.
Brie Larson. Yeah,
yeah,
really out
Brie
of
Larson.
touch.
Thank
No,
you,
no, it
Hodge. I
wasn't her.
appreciate it.
What the hell? Okay, there was some actress. She said, no, it was the Hunger Games lady. Why can't I think of her name?
I can't remember it either. I mean, I can look
It's like
it up, but
people are famous for like 2 minutes.
to me, they are. That's why I have to keep like their names here. But like, I mean, before we get completely diverted off course, the big thing is
Okay, so
she used,
it was a yeah,
Jennifer Lawrence.
yeah, it's
yeah.
Jennifer Lawrence.
She gave some interview, and you could say, oh, it was taken out of context, but she said, oh, it was like the first female-led like hero story or something, and people were like, what the hell? But stuff like that keeps getting said by people as a
Well,
response to
and
criticism. They're like,
it's
oh,
even
this was the
worse. Like,
first time.
it's even worse here. And like I said, I don't particularly like to get super politically charged on our podcast. But
No, I don't either.
when somebody does it here, and I feel like it's either out of context or it's not done properly, I feel like we should state it, especially when it comes to our pop culture and stuff like that. So, I said, she also used a lot of big buzzwords, not just like, like racism. She also used things like, hey, a lot of these people come from the alt-right, which is not true. If you go to, I think it's the Nielsen's record for like the view counts and stuff like that. I'm not very familiar with that, but like you can check to see the acolyte reached a record low for views. Okay, if one side of the political spectrum held that amount of power to keep a show from being popular,
Yeah, it doesn't even make any sense.
it wouldn't
You're
be
saying like
just Star Wars.
your entire audience is the alt-right, so they all stopped watching, and then your show just like died.
Well, it's not just that, but like I said, Star Wars Theory made a good comment. He's Canadian. You can't bring American politics into something like that when Star Wars is an international brand.
Yeah.
Like, there are people who don't live here that watch it who thought the acolyte sucked.
Yeah.
And like,
so it doesn't matter your politics. You thought it sucked. Yeah.
So
but it just seems like an empty excuse. Yeah. So anyway, I feel like I've seen this before, and so that's why I'm confusing like three different people who seem to be saying, and I don't know if these excuses are genuinely like what they think, or someone told them, oh yeah, you should say this. You should get online and you should tell people, oh yeah,
and we
it's
get
just
closer and closer and closer to idiocracy with these. Like, and like you're mentioning, I feel like it gets close because these statements I feel get simpler and simpler, but we use bigger words instead of smaller words, but we use bigger words to kind of make us sound like smart or make our point kind of drive home. And then 7 days ago, because Star Wars Theory made a big hoopla about it, this movie star posted on Twitter, and you can probably find the tweet somewhere. I'm not going to go looking for it. She posted on Twitter to have him demonetized. To ask him, she asked her audience or her fan base to start reporting his channel, mass reporting his channel, because he had an opinion about it that he thought she was wrong. And of course, he responded to that, saying like, you don't have to like somebody, but like his livelihood is on YouTube. The ability to eat and provide for your family and stuff is a whole different spectrum than
somebody,
and when you're threatening to take somebody's job away and it no longer goes within the Star Wars realm, you're just attacking somebody personally. And it gets into kind of like a whole different, to me it's we're no longer talking about Star Wars, we're throwing hands at that point. But
I want to throw this in, and I'm not disagreeing so much as just anticipating a comment. Doesn't Star Wars Theory, isn't he like a pretty big guy as far as streamers go? Doesn't he have like a store where he sells products? He's not like a poor person. Like, he's got some money, right? This guy.
I mean, recently he does, but most of his stuff that he like, a lot of people misconstrued a lot of stuff is before he did his Theory Sabers thing, a lot of his stuff was nonprofit.
Okay.
But he does make revenue, yes.
Okay. So he's not exactly like, I mean, she's probably got more money than he does.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, that wasn't my thing. My thing was the fact that his job is there. And like, that would be like somebody walking up to my boss and saying, this guy is a racist, you need to fire me. Or something of that nature. Or like,
bad person, he's gonna make your company look bad, so you got to fire him. I'm not coming back if he's still employed.
What's up?
Did you ever play Risk?
Yes, I've played Risk.
I actually haven't.
This kind of war between personalities online, it really look to me like when somebody put like 20 tanks in the same spot and attack one little region with one person with a one little tank. Okay, and he will do that until he destroy completely the army. Okay, because it's the only way to I say in English. I'm sorry to have the reason. It's like destroying completely the person in a way that he cannot say his own opinion. Okay, it's a war. It's a all-on war online between personalities, and I don't know. I don't like it, and I don't even like to follow because it's just hate, pure hate in both directions.
Yeah.
I hear what you're
It's
saying.
just people are just fighting to censor people they disagree with.
Yeah, and
Like it's
Yeah,
the big
I
C
feel
word. It boils
I
down
mean,
to censorship.
they attack in a way that they destroy completely the possibility for the person to talk, to have
yeah,
Yeah,
a
and
way
that's
to take
and
away their
that's
to
platform.
and that's kind of where I'm
yeah.
getting at. That's kind of where I'm getting at here
Who,
between both things is I'm referencing Theory's example because it's kind of the big thing that took off recently, and how he responded to it wasn't an attack back. He pretty much posted because later on, I think after those 7 days, go like moving forward to about 2 days ago, two other YouTube stars tried to do the same thing. They had people try to mass report him, and I believe this was Star Wars Explained, and the guy, the wife of this guy, Molly something or other, once again went to Twitter and YouTube and like tried to do. And this is the real kicker, because like to me these two have met in person, and I guess he was confused because he was like, this guy has sent me emails, and like he's shown those emails. He's like, this guy sent me emails, saying how good of a job I'm doing, and then on the other hand will just try to stab me in the back. So he's kind of ignored this guy for a long time, but on the and then all of a sudden he just starts attacking him. So it kind of feels how the YouTube space is becoming, as well as the Star Wars space to me. Yeah, like it's just one of those things where like if you don't like the sequels, if you don't like the acolyte or something, it's because you hate the acolyte in a certain way, and like that's not true. I just don't like it. It's like
not
me.
that the art is bad. You must be a bad person.
Yeah, yeah. It's just I don't like it. I thought the writing was not great. I thought how they ham-fisted certain characters in there was not great. I thought the acting was subpar, and that isn't racism. That's an opinion of mine. So,
because there's been bad Star Wars before, and
oh my God, yes. Hell, I'll even go back to myself on the prequels and say, man, Episode 2 was not a great. It could have been done way better. I will still watch that movie.
I like it, but
I understand why some people didn't like it. That love story in there was not great.
It was very cringe.
It was very... So,
but I would say, yeah. But I mean, like the excuse that Lucas gave is it's my story, and it was.
And that's true. Yeah. That's not like, and like people got mad at him for that, but like at the same time, it's not like somebody saying, "Well, you're just racist."
You're racist.
Yeah, like come on.
You think about it, it's so stupid. I mean, there are racist people out there, but that doesn't paper over the fact that you made a crappy work of art that people had a high expectation for, and you didn't live up to it, and it comes off as a very hollow excuse. But yeah, the fans attacking each other. I mean, we joke sometimes. I joke sometimes about being rivals with other YouTubers and stuff, but I'm not serious. I'm just joking around. I would never want to see somebody like get in trouble. I'd just be like, yeah, we have a difference of opinion. We have a different style. What's wrong with that? We can live and let live. We can be the community is big enough that we can exist and not have to worry about like, oh man, he's taking away my money.
Right. So like I was saying before, it's just one of those things where it like baffles me because like like Bohemyus said, it's kind of like it's just a war,
It makes people look
personalities,
bad. The
and
mudslinging.
yeah, and it does makes people look super bad, and it's kind of a part of like we've always kind of had a little bit of toxicity in Star Wars, right? You have your bad eggs, but I don't know, it's kind of always been there, but I don't like it's kind of the first time I've seen it in like a mass juncture, and
Yeah.
it kind of makes me want to just kind of like shrug my shoulders and say, man, if this is how it's gonna be really hard to keep trying to invest in this. Like, I already have enough of it. I like what I like here. I'll just stick with what I like.
Like Star Wars
Um,
fan, what are you talking? I don't like Star Wars. I
yeah,
like Red Dwarf. Man, that was a good
yeah.
show.
I like Blue Harvest.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, I do like Star Wars, but yeah, there's always a little like asterisk, like, but not the stupid Star Wars. But I'm not like one of those fans that goes nuts.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
just
I feel like that was the one thing that back in the day kind of helped unite certain people, or like it's like one of those things where if you liked it, you could have a conversation with somebody if even if they kind of like even if there wasn't anything to relate you on, or like.
mhm.
Now it's something that it's almost as bad as politics now. If you don't like
Oh man,
this, you're going to get into a fight with somebody. And like, that shouldn't be how it is. Like, we shouldn't be diversifying people that bad with entertainment.
dividing.
Like,
Well,
not to
let
be
me
attacking people's
let
livelihoods
me
or like,
let me ask.
wanting to take
Yeah,
people down personally. It's not worth it.
sorry, I keep trying to jump in.
Yeah,
My bad.
quit jumping in, Kurgan.
Stop
Jeez.
it. Stop it. Do you think do the I don't know, do the armchair psychologist thing? Do you think this might have something to do with maybe some type of immaturity that people have where it's like, I mean, we're fans, right? We're super fans, we're fanatics or whatever, but fanboys even maybe sometimes. But like if people wrap up their identity in liking a certain product and having a certain view of it, that it's like if you attack the product, you're not attacking like a product, you're attacking them personally. Like, do you think maybe that's the problem, that people are putting their fandom as their identity, and so this is
So,
why people overreact so much?
so I don't know about any of you guys, but I don't particularly agree with that because, like I said, I don't know how anybody else was raised. When I was younger, I went through my own personal like issues and relied on escapist media when I got home
Hmm.
from school, and I had my own problems. Uh,
Okay.
I don't particularly know about anybody else who likes the newer stuff, whatever. But I feel like it's kind of up to people to separate reality from fiction, or kind
Hmm.
of fantasy and reality need to be kind of split apart. If you can't tell the difference between that, that's a whole nother issue for you.
Yeah.
But as far as like my own personal opinions on like people like Leslie Headland, who I feel like put a little bit too much of her own personal issues or the issues of other people into the escapist entertainment, that I could probably attest to a little bit more. But besides like this, I don't know. This could just be people just saying, "Well, you're climbing the ladder faster than me," or you haven't like, this person is really popular and I'm technically competing with them, and they have an opinion that I feel like I could use because of the time period. I could use that against them. So I'm just gonna start saying shit and using my fan base to attack them.
Yeah.
You know,
It's like they don't
um,
stop to think that this makes me look really petty.
or I feel
You
like
know.
with Stenberg's situation, she's just ignorant. She's 25. She's a movie star. She lives in her own head. She's admitted to living in her own head. She doesn't pay attention, and she felt like she needed to say something because other people were saying something. So now she's just attacking somebody for no reason. I feel like you don't always need to take action. what she did was enough. And like, I personally think what she said was stupid, but like, that's just my opinion there. Her wanting to take action and make a statement, that's the whole point of living in the country and, being able to do what you want to do or whatever. Just being a person in general is taking a stand, whatever. But like I said, when you
Yeah,
go
Amanda,
towards just using your fans, the people who look up to you, because like with me, I don't particularly love any celebrity. I'm not going to like bend the knee for anybody, but like that's not the case with other people. Some people, they rely on those people as, inspirations. They rely on those people as you know as people they escape to, if they're having a bad time. So when they come out and they say, well, this person, I just want to, ask you a favor, this person's making other people's lives hard, can you report them for me? They're going to be like, sure.
yeah,
And they're not gonna fact check. They're not gonna have a single thought because they don't think they need to.
yeah,
And that's something I've always wanted to teach, other people or give other people a thing is, even if you don't think you need to, you should probably look into another source. Like you don't
yeah,
always look into the other side of the story, even if you think they're wrong or dumb
yeah.
or stupid. That's something that I've learned like the hard way in my
Mm-hmm.
32-ish years of life.
Yeah.
Because it's a real fucking slap in the face when you're wrong.
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah. Well, yeah. There's like people that are famous or popular or whatever, and it's like I agree with them, I agree with them, I agree with them, and then they're just like completely wrong, like on something, just completely off base, like have no clue what they're talking about. And it's like, okay, well, this is why you don't like make it about following a celebrity or a
yeah,
public figure or anything, because they're not like a god, they're just a human being. They're not, they might be really good at one thing, but that doesn't mean they're an expert on everything else,
like for
and they
example,
make mistakes, they have frailties. So yeah,
I thought I should have had a bonfire in my backyard when really I should have had a tiki bar.
see, yep, can't believe it. Unsubscribed.
Done.
Done. Unfollowed. Yeah, but I was sorry, I was interrupting you again, but yeah, Amanda Listenberg, she was little girl from the Hunger Games, so she grew up in Hollywood. So maybe you could say, well, I don't like her opinions, she seems like out of touch, but yeah, maybe she
Well,
just
she
is.
was deadpan the entire time, and I don't know if that's how she was told. It's kind of like the same thing with Rosario Dawson. Like I said, I don't know how these people are given direction when they're acting, or if that's how they want to portray their character. But literally, the many faces of May and Osha are,
Mm,
or
mm.
there's not
Yeah,
the mouth doesn't change. Nothing changes.
I
Like
mean,
even when they're angry,
there's a place for deadpan acting, but yeah, it's like, why? Who thought that was the best idea?
well, I have some theories, but
Some Star Wars theories.
yeah.
Yeah.
But
See,
yeah,
but see, that's the thing. Like,
as far as
I don't.
theory goes, like Star Wars theory himself goes, his
Yeah.
product line of sabers, that's all up to you and whether or not you want to like take a look into that or like look into him. He does get little clickbaity. He has his own personal opinions, which I tend to disagree with sometimes. But him as a person with his entertainment, yeah, I do kind of like it. There's a reason I was subscribed to him, but like what I'm getting to is the reference, the thing in references is he is a Star Wars fan that has a different point of view from other people currently right now, the up and coming ones, and those people I feel are, well, the YouTubers are attacking him, I believe, and the same reason he mentioned it were because of view count. He had a higher view count at one point in time. He pays more attention to his fans, and they're kind of focused on like views and everything. And when he tried to talk to them at one point and look into like resolving certain issues, um, it kind of seemed like that's the direction it was going. So I don't know. Personally, I think I do know that a couple hours after his statement was made about all this, there were two YouTubers. I can't remember their names. There were two YouTubers that came out about trying to find them on his thing. Stupendous Wave and Eckhart's Ladder, which he mentioned in those videos. I don't know if anybody's familiar with those, but they're people who kind of mention Star Wars in their channels. But Theory mentioned that him and Eckhart's Ladder kind of didn't get along. And Eckhart's Ladder replied to him and said, sorry for the message. I know you're busy. He goes, I saw a lot of confusion coming my way and wanted to let you know that I didn't support Molly at all, regardless of our relationship. You know, I see what's going on. And, Theory replied saying that, he was going to share his post online if that was okay. And he replied saying, it's all good. Go ahead. Regardless, like I said, regardless of what our relationship was or is, he thinks the video was fair. So, and Stupendous Wave said that, kind of stood behind him saying that, regardless of what people think or how they agree with each other, I'm going to kind of give a simplified version of this message. He wanted to keep his channel more personal and a little bit farther away from Star Wars because a lot of people were reaching out to him. But he said he was glad that he did. He thinks trying to deplatform creators is dangerous and wrong. And then he's glad that Theory was kind of candid with his message. So, I kind of agree with that. And like I said, all Theory did was respond to the video saying that, there's a difference between reaching out to somebody personally or calling somebody out and then just attacking their livelihood. And that's kind of been a thing recently, even outside of Star Wars. A lot of creators will attack people's sponsorships, or it's kind of like I said, Bohemyus was mentioning, it's kind of like a war sort of deal. And it's making the YouTube environment, it's making the pop culture environment feel very hostile because, and you shouldn't have to be. You shouldn't have to feel like you need to turn around and pull the knife out of your back every 2 seconds, especially with things that are fictional.
I wanna cite an example from a great piece of work known as Star Wars Episode 1: The Phantom Menace. Some of you may have recalled there's a deleted scene on the DVD and probably on the Blu-ray as well of Anakin after the pod race. He's beating up young Greedo. Do you remember this?
Yes.
And then Qui-Gon breaks up the fight. Go watch it. It's fun. But yeah, he breaks up the fight and he's like, why were you fighting? It's like, oh, he said I cheated. It's like, well, did you? Well, no. Well, you know the truth. And it's like you'll just have to learn to tolerate his opinion. You can beat him up, but he still just believes what he believes.
Right.
So I feel like that's what it is. I recall something, maybe you remember this, way back. So when The Last Jedi had come out and people were ripping on Rian Johnson, including me, and there was some guy, it was a YouTuber called Mike Zero. Do you remember this? He
maybe
his whole channel, at least my impression of it, was just rumors and just him just speculating. But it was all clickbait. It was all theories and stuff. And they made fun of him. They're like, "Yep, you really Mike Zeroed that one." When you missed the mark, they're making fun of him.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't remember if it was Pablo Hidalgo was in on it or if it was Rian Johnson, but some people at Lucasfilm were basically making fun of Mike Zero. And it's I was like, that just seems kind of trashy. Just
Super
leave the guy
unprofessional,
alone.
right?
Yeah, he's just a fan. And it's
Hidalgo has he has a rap sheet.
he used to be a fan too. He was one of the little people and he became too big. But yeah, it's just I would just say, I'm just trying to think of what it would be like, because there's people that are popular that have social media channels that come up just to criticize them. That's all it is. So be I'm just going to make it up. So there'd be Star Wars Theory, and there'd be Star Wars Theory Sucks. And Star Wars Theory Sucks would just review every one of his shows and say, "Yup, he was wrong about all these things. This guy's
I don't know.
dumb."
I don't know if they still. Do they still do that? I don't think they do anymore because I think YouTube
Probably
made a
not.
policy about like just
Oh, that you
defamation in
can't
general. Like,
just
yeah, you can't
target.
just make a channel that
Oh,
just
okay.
does defamation.
Oh,
I
well,
think
never
you
mind.
can, but you won't. You don't get monetized for it anymore. Like,
Oh, okay. Because I was just imagining what it'd be like if there was like a HeroQuest fans is a dumb community, like, and that was the name of it.
I
And
mean,
all
no,
they did
there are
was
people
every
who
time
have
I made a
made
video, they
channels
just
like
said,
that.
"You guys, they don't know anything. These are all the things they did wrong." And it's just like, am I gonna like go after them and try to like shut them down, or just be like, well, it sucks that they're constantly doing this, but I just ignore them, like, or I don't know, maybe occasionally they'd say something, oh, okay, maybe I could improve that, but if they're just out to get me, it's like, okay, I tolerate their opinion, I disagree with it, but
Yeah.
yeah, but yeah, maybe you're right, maybe there isn't, you can't be that blatant about it. You got to talk about other stuff too, and occasionally you say, oh yeah, that other guy sucks, everything he does is wrong, he's dumb, don't follow him, unsubscribe,
Don't follow him.
subscribe to me instead.
Get him the fuck out of here. Anyway, this meme resonated with me a little bit. This one right here,
Yeah.
and it was just just this one. If you can't read it, I'll zoom it in a little bit.
Oh man,
Hmm.
can you do a Natalie Portman impression? What if the story of the acolyte was just bad and the protagonist didn't resonate with everyone? I don't believe that. You're starting to sound like a racist. Yeah, man. Yeah,
Yeah.
not a bad
So
meme.
People are letting these creators get away with that stuff because
Yeah.
it's now it's like when they go to write stories, they just have this checklist of for the lack of a better term, like social justice checklist, or social justice bingo card.
Oh, to
And
say like, I put
so
this
when
in my fiction, so now you can't criticize it.
yeah, so when they go to write these things now, they write it to try and check as many of those boxes as possible, and then the creativity gets lost in that. And then no one's allowed to criticize the creativity.
with creativity,
And it's just a very bad it's a very bad downward spiral.
It's very bad because like I said, I've seen people who actually, and like you said, there are some things I agree and don't agree with politically, and like I'm not, like I said, I'm not bringing that up here, but like the big thing is that I've seen people who have used their actually put in like not ham hock, like what they believe in into their movies, and you can tell because it's not front and center posted like almost every scene, or it's kind of in the background casually as if you would see it walking, like you were walking on the street, right? It's not blown in your face, like interrupting the story or the flow of the movie itself. It blends in, it works, it fits, like you look at it and you're like, oh, okay, sure. And whether you agree or not agree with it, you can still like most people can like watch the movie.
Like, tell a good story first, have good characters first. If you want to put a
And
message in it, great.
yeah, and then
But
there are people like,
you
hey,
can't.
we
They
have
can't be the only
this.
thing you
Look
hide
at
behind.
this. Doesn't this look great? Like, and it's there like a lot of the time, or when it's brought up in the scene, it's in your face, like it's in your grill, and like, or it's just done awful, and then like it just leaves a bad taste in your mouth. And I feel like with this, like I said, with the acolyte, it wasn't even just Hadlin's, like the way the acolyte was wrote her vision. It was the way the canon was altered, the characters she threw in because she just could. Like, I'm gonna throw Plagueis in there. Wouldn't that be cool? No. I don't think that would be cool. I mean, yeah, it would be, but like, what would you do with him in that time period?
Yeah, if you're not going to use him well, why even do it? Just don't do it.
And like I said, I believe Hodge in this case because Dave Filoni's the guy, or was it Dave Filoni? Yeah, Dave Filoni's the guy who signed off on all this shit.
Wow.
And he's the people who think he's gonna save Star Wars and stuff. Look, I don't believe that needs saving. You just need to write a good script. Like I said, the Mando was fine for the first 2 seasons. But like I said, at this point, writing a good Star Wars script is like waiting to be struck by lightning. And it won't happen more than once.
Kathleen Kennedy's going to get her big win. She's never going to retire at this rate.
She'll die in that seat. Legit. This is my statement. This is my hot take for the podcast. And I'm going to tell you, if she's waiting for her big win, she'll die in that seat before that happens. I bet you.
Somebody needs to sneak in the middle of the night, switch out one of their crappy scripts with actually like a good one, and they'll accidentally run it.
And even then, they still won't pull her out of that seat because she won't have a win anyway, so she'll rot in that seat. Because the way that people keep going, running off of algorithms or statistics or what's like hip and now, they'll have to wait 30 more years till everybody else who had an opinion prior to this generation is going to like anything. So congratulations, we're raising a generation of robots who likes Star Wars, the Star Wars sequels. Ugh.
She'll become the core emperor of 40K.
That's a pretty boomer take of you.
Well, if the shoe fits, I mean, I mentioned prior in one of the rantcasts that, like I said, change is fine. I'm okay with change. I'm okay with when we evolve to make something either better or to do stuff like great. And I feel like with certain things that involve money, especially with bigger corporations, they tend to things are done to either increase production, they're done to save money more than they're done to make things better. If you're making a piece of art, it's not going to look great before it's done cheap or it's done faster. And and that goes anywhere. That doesn't just go in the movie industry. That could be food. That could be, now it's customer service. It's anything. And like I said, I'm not going to go that deep into that. But like, we go anywhere with bigger businesses, and that's how it's done. And like, whatever, I'm fairly familiar with the business world and how that operates. But we get too greedy, and not only do we lose our sense of direction because we're trying to save money and optimize things, but like at this point, you might as well just give me a paper bag that says Star Wars on it, and then just have me throw up in the paper bag and then start handing it to people.
The official barf bag of Star Wars.
Yeah, like I don't know, like I feel like that's just
Star Wars
it's going.
Galactic
because eventually people will think that's Star Wars in like a number of years, and that's what I'm saying is like,
sad.
Like, if people grow up watching the sequels, right, and then they watch the original trilogy, of course they're gonna like the original trilogy, right? But we grew up on that. That's something that like we grew up watching and enjoying, and we had a bigger universe to dive into when we got home.
Yep.
The world is different. So
I would have taken it personally. I would have taken it personally at one point if you would have said Star Wars sucks, because I was so invested in it as a kid. But
I mean,
now
I did say that for Disney at one point in time. Like,
yeah.
But that was
now it's like you say Star Wars sucks. It's like it has no effect on me at all. It's like, yeah, I agree with you. It does suck.
The difference was like it was because I had like one game that was good, and now like we didn't have any new games coming out that were mildly good. But we still had new stuff that was coming in that was like enjoyable, and I would just come back. I would say, "Oh man, Lucas is ruining it," and then I'd like something get released, and I'd be like, "I'm gonna go watch it," and then I'd get up and watch it. Now like I look at it and I'm like, oh, this is awful. And then like they're like, oh, but don't worry, there's something new coming out. And I'm like, do I really want? Like, I hesitate. Like the only new thing I got was Outlaws, and that's free. Had I had to pay full price for that, I probably wouldn't be playing it right now. And that's the thing is like I said, Jedi Survivor ruined that for me. I still haven't beaten Jedi Survivor because
I
of
just
that.
started playing it.
Oh, Jedi Survivor.
Hmm.
Hopefully they fixed it enough to where you can finish the game, because like I could not beat it. It like glitched and failed on me right at the end of the game. I had to restart.
20 hours in and your save was corrupted.
Yeah, save got corrupted. I got that traditional like the save was broken, the game may not act correctly or whatever. It was that weird error they were getting at the beginning. And I tried consoling it. I tried cheat engine. I tried everything. Could not get past this one part, and it was literally during the plot turn and everything. Like no spoilers, but it was awful. I was just getting into it like hardcore, and it did that. And I was so pissed.
What a shame.
But it's a good story though. If if it's fixed enough and optimized enough to where you're not gonna get like kicked out of the immersion. It's a good story. It's a good game, like, and it's right, like gameplay mechanics wise. So I hope you enjoy it, and I hope you don't run into any like issues. But
We'll see.
yeah, what platform you got it on?
PC.
PC. Okay.
Through Game Pass. Yeah, I didn't buy it. I got it through Game Pass.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, so there's like I don't know. Outlaws was fine. Even 3 days prior, it just had optimization issues. Like my video card was running like way too hot, and that was on any quality.
Wait for that.
But they did
wait for that to come out.
Well, that segues into my next thing. Like they just released two hot fixes over the last 2 weeks, right? They kept communications with the community. So here's the difference between them and EA right now. And like I said, I still don't endorse Ubisoft as a company. This is massive. The developers for Outlaws, not the publishers. So you've got they communicated on both hotfixes saying like this will help with VRAM improvements on your graphics card, and we are also working on like certain game breaking bugs, right? They got those out of the way as soon as the game was officially released, and then just today or yesterday they did what was called their title update, which was 1.1.2, and that was not only optimizations to pretty much all qualities of the game. They added gameplay elements as kind of like a sorry. They added, I guess, some free cosmetics. They put probably the best part. They improved the RTX elements and stuff for the game so that they looked better. They didn't have any stuttering, all that crap. Pretty much just smoothed the game out in 2 weeks. Like I now can play it on Ultra without having to worry about like any issues. And if I did want to save on frame rate, which I don't need to with mine, but like anybody who had needed to could lower the quality down, because before it didn't matter if you were playing on low or high or ultra, you weren't saving frames at all. I think you saved like 5 or 6 frames turning the quality down. So but now having frame generation on and like getting those optimization qualities that the game offers doesn't suffer the cost of performance as much. So as far as the gameplay goes, it's a Ubisoft published game. I feel like it was rushed out the door. It's super mundane unless you're just playing the story. The story is mildly interesting, just enough to keep you in your seat. I'm not yet at the turn of the game, but there were some parts, like once you get your ship upgraded and stuff, it gets really fun. So there's a lot of cool Easter eggs on one planet. So I don't want to spoil it for anybody, to be honest, in case you guys do run into that game at some point in time. But like I said, if you are planning on buying it, Hodge, it's I would probably wait for a sale. But there is some love put into that game by Massive. Those are the guys who did the Avatar game, and it's using their engine, I think, the Silver Drop engine, which so the game does look nice. Looks nice at times when it's supposed to. On quality
Yeah, I
settings,
might wait for it to come out on Game Pass or something like that. It's just
Yeah.
like it's hard to buy games these days with all these other subscription services now.
well, that and the
'Cause
fact they
it's
come
like-
out broken.
Yeah, and that too. It's like you don't want to wait, or you want to wait till they're fixed. But also then it's like if I wait 3 or 4 months and then I buy it, and then 2 weeks later it's going to show up on Game Pass or it's going to show up on EA Play or something, you know?
Yeah. Like I said, that's fine. That's completely fine. I'm very, like I said, like I said before, I'm kind of boomer about my stuff. I tend to have as little subscriptions as possible, mostly because I'll forget about them.
Yeah.
I will just end up forgetting
You
about them.
probably
I'm
you
the same
probably
way.
still go to
Anymore.
GameStop and buy the disc.
You know, that's almost true. Almost. If I still had my consoles. So I think I gave all my old stuff to Nick. You know who I'm talking about. So he has all my old
Yeah.
stuff now. So
Yeah. And he is like that.
yeah, no, yeah. So and it's
he is
really
like
funny
that.
because I gave him that stuff because my kids were not interested in games at all, and every time I tried to get them interested into it, like, hey, you want to play? They were not playing it, and then almost a year after, they were asking me for stuff like that. So they've got switches in the bedroom now, and they're like coming like or my oldest daughter comes up to use my laptop and like play the driving games and stuff. But yeah, I would be at GameStop still buying the discs, like the physical copies, if I still had my consoles. But trying to find physical copies of PC games is like useless. So
Speaking of boomer stuff, midnight releases, those were fun.
those were awesome. I miss those.
Rip to midnight releases.
I think the last one I went to was for Red Dead Redemption 2. I went to the midnight release for that one, but that was for PS4, I think. So
I don't even remember the last one I went to.
yeah, I went to that one just to get it so I could stay up all night because I had baby duty, so I just stayed up all night anyway. So I played that as soon as it came out, and then
Modern Warfare 2019, I think.
Oh, there you go.
Because I got the special edition with the night vision goggles, and I was so excited to get home. And I didn't even like play the game first. I got the night vision goggles out.
If you want to know like a true boomer story, the funny thing was when Battlefront, the new like the EA one for what was it 2014, when that came out, I got it on PC and on PS4, and I got the physical copies of both. And I still have the box as a reminder of why I don't get PC physical releases anymore unless they're special ordered. Because the PC version back then, when they still actually sold them in stores, it was just an empty case with a code in it.
It was like with a card in it, yeah.
Yeah, it had a code in it. You still had to have online access. So if you were dumb enough to buy the physical game like I was, you didn't get a disc. You could not just play it out the gate. You had to have it online. So you could activate it.
See, that's why I don't buy new games.
And that was the biggest like fuck you I've ever received from EA, was the fact that I bought that thing shrink wrapped, opened it, was like, oh, at least I have a physical copy so I can collect it, and there was nothing in it.
Just a box.
Just a box. Had the indent for the CD, for the disc itself, but nothing in there.
Wow.
And but I that's why I got it on PS4 and stuff. Was I was able to actually still have a physical copy because back then I cared about having physical copies for everything.
I still do.
I don't anymore. I do and don't. Like there are times I do and there are times I don't. Like movies,
Well,
yes, but
for disposable media that it's like it's going to entertain me, but I don't care about it after that much.
I now know how to like crack games if I need to, so I don't
Whoa, he's a
recommend it.
wizard.
But well, certain titles, not all of them, because there's a different process. But at the same time, I don't have like
I
with these
I
digital
bought
things. If I need to have like them now without an internet connection,
yeah.
yeah,
They're movies that I put off buying for years because I was like, oh yeah, they'll always be around, and it's like now I'm like not so sure. So I've got copies of them now.
I feel like
You know?
if there's going to be a time when we never have internet for longer than like a month, I'm gonna be worried about things more than like video games. So
Oh yeah, bust out the board games. You
yeah,
can't eat a board game, son. You got to go hunt some squirrels.
hey, I got a lot of those.
Too bad.
I got deer in my front yard, so I don't have to
That
worry about
video
squirrel.
on. Too bad that video on how to hunt squirrels like can't be watched because the internet's gone. So now what are you gonna do? Well, I was
But
gonna.
yeah,
Yeah, was gonna tell me how to cook a squirrel. Oh, now what do I do?
just so I guess to give my final review on Outlaws and stuff, I don't recommend it at this time unless there's a sale, just because I I feel there are still issues with the game and I haven't technically beat it, but like there's stuff to do in that game. It's fun, but like I feel like if you're expecting what they sold it as, you're going to be disappointed. So, it is an open world game as they have described, but to me, open world was revolutionized with like games like GTA and Red Dead and the Rockstar typical crap, Saints Row stuff where like the storyline and side missions weren't the only things that you could do in this big empty environment. And Outlaws kind of gives you that. There's a big environment, multiple big environments that you can travel in. They're pretty big. Um, they're not like ginormous like the Red Dead map or like anything in Fallout or whatever. But you get three pretty big environments to play in. But you're mostly either just driving around in them from one side quest to another, kind of like the Assassin's Creed method now, or you can sit and play cards, you can gamble, you can play their like video game things, like those arcade machines, but there isn't anything else to kind of keep you in the world other than the side quests, and you get like a shit ton of them immediately. If you need to, and they've got like the reputation system for the syndicates. So it's fun for a little while, and then it starts to become very monotonous. If you're trying to like build rep or upgrade your ship or your blaster or your speeder, because it requires parts and credits, and you need to do missions over and over and over again, and they're kind of the same routine sort of deal. So, yeah, if you spent $120 on the gold edition, which I think is the copy I received because I got to play it early, you got a different colored ship and some cosmetics, and that was it. And even then, if you were unlucky, I wasn't unlucky, their patch they wanted you to restart your progress because the game at version 1 was not finishable. You could not finish the game. There was like a game breaking bug in there. And they were like, the patch did not fix your current save. You had to wait for their next update, which people were pissed about. So they fixed that, but people had to update their progress, or they had to restart the progress.
What good is an open world if there's nothing to do in it?
That's what I say. And there's lots of open world games that do that.
It's like you could build a map the size of planet Earth. Wait, like Microsoft Flight Simulator. They built 1-to-1 scale map of the planet.
Mm-hmm.
You could fly anywhere in the world. But the game, the 2020 version of the game, has no missions. There's no career mode. There's nothing to do. So what good is having the entire planet as your map if there's no point to it?
Yeah, you're just like
You know,
pretty much
you
looking
can
at.
you can. In the case of Flight Simulator, like there are third-party things you can do, you know, but like in the case of like Outlaws, why is it that you're gonna sell a game for $120 and then there's just nothing to do in your open world, and then like you have to rely on mods? I mean, is there even mod support for that game?
There
You know,
is there
but
there are
like
people already modding it at the moment, which is crazy to
yeah,
me.
New
so
hairdos.
it's
No performance
yeah,
right
so
now.
it's like what
They banned that. You can't change your hair. Just kidding.
like I
I don't know.
would much rather have a small map with a lot of things to do
Hmm.
than a huge map with nothing to do.
Well,
Big
and
empty world.
You know,
I
and I
I
think
agree.
Rockstar is the best at populating their maps with things to do and random events, and there's just so much incentive in Rockstar's games to explore the world.
Well,
And
yeah,
there's not many games out there that can do that. And it's like for me, I think Rockstar is the gold standard of game development. And every other developer should strive to provide the quality that Rockstar does in their games. And Star Wars Outlaws does not meet that
I agree.
by any. They fall way short of that.
I
And
agree
it's like,
too.
how does your game that came out in 2024? How is it still there's less to do and it's less fun than Grand Theft Auto 5 that came out in 2013 or 2012, whenever that was? More than 10 years ago.
Yeah.
How is it that in 10 years your game, and again, I haven't played Outlaws, so I'm not going to say that it's bad, but I've watched like you stream it and I've watched a few other people stream it. And it's like you have this big open world and the whole point is just like, oh well, you're going to spend 5 minutes on your speeder going from this point to this other point for like a fetch mission or something, you know? Like what's the point of have you encountered any random events while
So
you're
you get some, but like that's no, I agree with you on that, like wholeheartedly as far as it goes. I don't hold. I try not to hold the candle to Rockstar games because they, as cool as they are the once in a blue moon game. Like they take a long time to release for good reason, right? Because there's a lot to do in them.
yeah,
Like I said, Red Dead,
they,
I beat what 3 times, and every time was like an 80 to 120 hour jaunt. And then even after that, it was like I'm bird watching, or I'm hunting, or I'm just casually going to the barber shop to get Arthur's beard cut because his hair grows in real game time. Or like, I just want to go to the saloon and start a bar fight or get drunk, or like something just random, just immersion, random immersion. The stuff you don't get in this game. Like, and that's what I was talking about pre this game releasing, was that like if there's stuff to do, like like immersion events, like side stuff, like or you're talking about like random events, random encounters, great. Um, there's not a lot of that. There are, like I said, this game lives for its story and the environments in which you live in them, which is great. I'm not a huge fan of the Disney Star Wars era, which is what 60% of the game. It's Kajimi, which is Rise of Skywalker, a Rise of Skywalker planet. Then you've got Akiro or whatever. I don't even remember the planet I'm on right now because it's once again a Disney planet, and I don't pay attention to them. But you have those two, and then you've got Tatooine, and this takes place between what, Empire and Jedi. So I would think that your 3 planets would be somewhere in the OT. Like you'd have something like Tatooine, and you'd have, I don't know, freaking anything like, or I wouldn't say Kashyyyk because Kashyyyk gets overdone, but you could do like
Tatooine
Kessel
doesn't.
or Corellia or something that doesn't have to be, or fuck, I mean, I would Bespin, because you meet some characters from the trilogy in there. You don't meet, like, it's not like I don't think you see Luke or anything, but one of the missions I involved, and like I said, it's not a big spoiler, it's just a cameo, but one of those missions involves meeting Lando somewhere, which kind of seems a little outlandish considering where he would be put in between.
What have we
Yeah.
here?
So, like I'm saying before, it's just weird to me. But like I said, I think this game was pushed out the gate a little bit too far, because like there was a lot you could have done with this game. Calling it an open universe title is very ambitious. And with like one of the planets, you could have like the gambling, like the horse races, the you could have a bar interaction. There are stormtroopers on every planet, so the freedom to do what you want is limited, because once you go into a city, you can't shoot or do anything criminal. You should be able to do that. If you want to have a mission that involves you to rob a syndicate, it shouldn't just be from a side mission. If you want to rob a syndicate and fuck up your reputation, do it. That should be a thing you can do.
The name of your game is called Outlaws. Let me do outlaw shit.
Yeah, so you can't kill animals, or you can't kill settlers, and that's a thing that like kind of gives me downturn. Like I wouldn't want to when I first start playing, but like eventually I'm gonna get bored of your fucking linear title, and I'm gonna want to kill some things, or I'm just want to start shooting TIE fighters down, and like you can't do that until you leave town. Like you can't draw your blaster until you leave town, and that's the disappointing thing. It's like unless you're in a mission, Kay Vess will not draw her blaster. And that drives me absolutely insane, because I'm in Mos Eisley. If I want to have a fucking gunfight in that huge ass city, I would love to have one. There are syndicate members there.
Let me tell you about a classic game, even called Episode 1, The Phantom Menace.
Oh boy!
Where if as you play as Obi-Wan Kenobi, the events in that movie, if you just start like indiscriminately like killing people,
that's Qui-Gon, I think, isn't it? When you kill
the whole town. Well, maybe, but the whole because you can play as other characters. But yeah, like the entire like community like comes against you. Like everyone's like, it's the killer, get him, And pretty soon you're like, oh man, I've ruined the game. But it's cool that they thought of that.
90. What was that, 99, 2000?
Yep.
And it wasn't that wasn't even open world. That was just like it gave you a small environment in Tatooine to walk around, do quests, and then do the main story in. And
but they anticipated that you might start like hacking people
killing
up.
people.
So,
yeah.
So there were consequences, but they let you keep playing, and it's like, well, if you think you can still win,
and what
go
was it?
for it.
Nakey Jakey is a YouTuber you can kind of look up, but he mentioned about how Rockstar kind of tells you what to do and how to do it when you're playing your games. They kind of lead you on a linear path when you're doing the stories. Man, I don't think he's played this game yet, because you can't do shit when you're like not in a story mission. The game holds your hand all the time. And
it's the same with the Star Wars Jedi games.
Okay, but those
it was probably designed to be that way,
Yeah.
But like it's like they have this open world game, but it also takes kind of a similar path to the Star Wars Jedi series, where it's like you have this map you can go around, but you're not allowed to do certain things until you reach this certain point in the game.
So
like
that's like a Metroidvania, though, areas isn't it? Like, isn't
Yeah, I guess.
designed to be like? Well, because that's what I was thinking. Is like because Survivor, I remember was very Metroidvania. It was like you can't get to this cliff until you get like a certain Jedi power, or like, and it was the same thing for actually no for Fallen Order. It was the same thing. Like you needed the ability to wall run or something before you got somewhere, so you had to progress your story in order to be able to wall run. And I think that's to me that's I feel like that's more like the Metroidvania aspect, which is what pissed me off when the game fucking like would not let me finish. I couldn't finish the game because like you literally have to start that all over. There was no backup save for Jedi Survivor. There's like one backup save, and they were both broken. And the maps on Survivor are humongous because they lead you to all these extra shit. And like, I don't know. It says it lost audio. Can anybody hear me? Can everybody hear me fine? We're still live? Hello? Hold on. Oh. Oh. Okay, I can hear myself in the stream. Hold on, let me try Discord again. Discord shows me okay. Can't you hear me in the Discord? What the hell? What the hell? Yeah, I can hear myself. Okay. Kurgan, can you still hear me? Hold on. Yeah, my audio settings didn't change. That's super weird. Yeah, can you hear me on the stream? Oh. Yeah, we're not muted or anything, so should be okay. Hold on a second. Let me yeah, let me hop out of the call and reconnect. Okay. Is that better? Are we still having audio issues cuz Discord's being stupid? Oh, hold on. Yeah, it's a Discord issue. Discord's being stupid. Let me try this and this. Yeah, I don't know. I think we lost Discord. I think we're gonna have to restart Discord. So people are gonna have to give me a second. I think it's just gonna be stupid. So yeah, be right back. Let me restart Discord real quick. All right, so hopping back in, just connecting. No route. Whoa, okay. Oh, yeah, Discord's not connecting at all to the call. That's super weird. Because we're still online. Yeah, we're still online. We still have the stream. When I try to connect the stats saying no route. So I'm not getting the only error. So something's going on with Discord. Can we have people hop out of the server real quick? Let's see. Can we get them out of the voice chat real quick? And then anybody who wants to hop back in can hop back in when I'm ready. But like, let's get people out of the voice chat real quick and see if that helps. Well, it says voice connected now. I don't know. Maybe Discord's just being picky. Okay, it's saying voice connected, so people can hop back in now. Hello?
Hello.
Okay, we got voices now. I'm hearing the voices again.
And those are just the ones in your head.
Only the ones in my head. Waiting on Kurgan. Kurgan restarted probably the whole thing. Let me see. Didn't need to do that. Yeah, he's offline, so he restarted. But just to finalize what I'm saying, yeah, I feel like with Outlaws in general, yeah, I agree. You have a very empty environment. There are some things that keep the gameplay like interesting, but like I said, I feel like it was advertised very ambitiously. So, and I don't know if that was just most likely I think it might have been a Ubisoft thing where they were somebody made the idea, so they just toted it out. It's the first open universe Star Wars title, and they were given a date to shoot for, and ever since the year that it was announced last year on the RantCast when I showed people the first trailer, the first thing that came out of my mouth was this seems a little too good to be true. So all good, yeah. I don't know what it was doing. It was saying no route when we connect, but it looks like it's fixed itself now. So we're back in business. But I will give you some things. Like I said, Tatooine's the best planet. I got to find this little place right here. This is my desktop right now. But if anybody can pinpoint where that's from or what that is, you can visit that place. There's a nifty little like Easter egg for you. But that is one place you can find on that planet. You have to hunt for it. If you're a Star Wars nerd like me, you can find it.
You can't take Her Majesty there. The planet's ruled by the Hutts. Hutts are gangsters.
That blaster mark's too accurate for sand people.
Man, I was recalling the debates we used to have online about like how exactly the bodies got burned, and they don't show you. You're just left. It's left to your imagination.
Yeah, I this game kind of explains it a little bit, and then when I looked it up, it was kind of told. They were drug out, interrogated, and shot, and then the bodies were burned to get rid of the corpses. But made it look like a big old firefight.
So the troops are trying to make it look like the Sand People killed them, so they were trying to cover it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, this makes it's this whole big debate because I remember some people were saying like this was way back. Anybody remember this? People were saying the Empire was good because like everything they did was like not as bad as what the rebels did. So they were trying to say that like
No.
Alderaan was a sparsely populated planet, but like the Death Star was like just teeming with like families and stuff. And they were saying that like since the Hutts ruled Tatooine in the prequels, but during the Empire era, like Jabba the Hutt was like had to be underground and stuff. Like they had to do their stuff in secret because they were keeping law and order in the galaxy. Which is like it was
That's
this
really
weird like
backwards.
alternate this like conspiracy theory. But I think people were also saying that like the movies were like propaganda for the Rebel Alliance. So like but if it's like but then you're saying all bets are off because the story could be anything. Because if you can't trust the historical documents, quote unquote, like imagining if it was a real world, then I guess anything. But yeah, I in the discussion though it was interesting the analysis because we were saying like, oh, why would the Empire try to cover up the fact that they were just like killing people? Because they didn't control the planet. So Tatooine was ruled by other people. So it's on the outer rim, right?
Yeah.
It's not part of the Empire.
You know, the
So
Outer
yeah,
Rim is the nickname of the outside of George Lucas's ass cheeks.
dang. So
I believe
yeah,
it.
it's canon. Yeah, so the fact that yeah, there's stormtroopers on Tatooine, but that doesn't mean like they can just like, you know, control everything. Like they have to go through the Hutts or whatever other warlords are on the planet. It's not like
Well,
Coruscant. They can just
so
like lock it
the only
down.
thing that would make me think that is when Leia tried to redirect the Death Star to Dantooine, because Dantooine still had people on that planet. It was still a bit like kind of like a small. It was that was sparsely populated. Alderaan was not.
They said, and when she says Alderaan has no weapons, so like no weapons at all. Like when you
Pick
see
a
the
target, a military target.
well, when you picture it on screen, it's like okay, you see the planet, but you don't see like a huge like battle fleet around the planet. You don't see like a planetary shield. You don't see something that, and you could just say, oh, that's just because they didn't have the budget to show that. But isn't the idea that well, Alderaan wasn't a military planet, but yeah, people on the planet were like sending money to the Rebel Alliance, or there were spies.
I think around A New Hope, it was the disintegration of the Imperial Senate and the kind of getting rid of things for kind of like less of a
Weeping,
democracy and more of like a
yeah, warlords.
yeah. It's getting late and I'm starting to brain fart. Kind of like
Oh yeah, well yeah, it's all in
what
dialogue.
do you
It's like
call it? What
okay,
do you call it?
he gets rid of
Somebody
the
help me here.
bureaucracy. How would he maintain control? Well, the regional governors have direct control of their
A
territories.
dictatorship. Kind of like more like a dictator. Like
yeah.
you know,
So it's a dictatorship. The emperor's in charge. His loyal moffs and governors and these imperial guys, they're all loyal to him, so they'll do what he wants to keep the galaxy in line.
fear will keep the local systems in line.
So it doesn't matter what any individual planet thinks. They're just gonna get blown up if they don't. Which it's just like the ultimate overkill. It's like I'm
One
gonna nuke
bad
this city
egg.
because
One
there's one
bad
guy
egg
in it.
and
There's
trillions of
there's one
people die.
there's this one traitor in this planet, so we're gonna blow it up. So it's like okay, so yeah, the whole argument that the Empire were the good guys, it doesn't make sense. But I mean, it was an exercise in like analysis. You're like analyzing the movie and saying, yeah, but this
That's like
goes against
saying
it. This goes against it. This goes against it.
I can't remember what they
Like
call it with like the Shepard indoctrination theory for like Mass Effect. That's like saying that was like a true thing and that was not.
I have no idea what that
Or
reference.
like with
I
Link's
know what
thing
Mass
when
Effect is.
Link becomes a Stalfos. when he's actually becoming a Stalfos, and what was it like? There's a theory that he became a Stalfos in Majora's Mask or something like that.
What about Ed and Eddie is actually taking place in the afterlife? It's not.
Oof, that's dark. That's real dark.
Yeah.
Well, that's my childhood, man. Don't take me to
Yeah.
places I
But I
don't
mean,
want to go.
people come up with weird theories, and it's just like, okay, it's kind of fun. This was getting back to something earlier with Star Wars. Like, because Star Wars is fiction, in a way, you can never take that away from me. You can try to ruin it and say, yeah, Han Solo went down like a biatch. You're like, no, no, he didn't, because he doesn't exist. So you can't say anything about him. You just make it up, and I can say, nope, that didn't happen.
Look,
In
man,
my imagination, it didn't.
Star's End still exists to me because that was a really great comic.
Jawas of Doom. It's real. It's canon. But you could say this. You could say, okay,
Right here.
I don't like your version of Star Wars because you told a stupid story. You used the characters to get my attention, but then you didn't
If you ever find this
use the
book,
characters in an entertaining
well,
way.
this is
So
the
you failed.
novel. But if you guys ever find this book,
So it's not that
this
you
is
can't tell other stories with Star Wars. It's
best.
just that they need to be good stories, or you need to yeah. See, I don't have that one. I just have it's the Han Solo Adventures. So that is one of them in it. And I read them all. And they were all right.
It's great.
I mean,
Or you can get
it wasn't Solo,
you
but
can get this
it was
one.
more entertaining than Solo.
This one was good too. This was the Marvel comic. Now noticed as Legends, but I remember this. This was this type or this artwork here. This was the artwork, and this was the comic.
So I've looked at some of these, not this particular one, but some of these classic expanded universe ones, and to buy it without the Legends tag on it, it's like we're talking like hundreds of dollars.
Yep, now it
And
is.
with
It's
Legends
super
tag,
fucking
it's like
expensive.
$30, but it's like the same. It's a reprint, just because it doesn't have the stink of Disney's like filth on it. People want the original because they didn't rewrite it. It's like they went in and go, oh, and by the way,
no, it's
Ryan
just
Johnson's
the fact
a great
that like
director.
you don't have somebody saying it doesn't fucking exist all over the bottom of your book.
Damn right, it's a legend.
And that's what Legends means. Is like, like you can have somebody
saying,
you can have somebody give it a different meaning all you want.
Story.
But that's what that's saying. Is like, yeah, they're not going to get rid of it. They're just going to reprint it so people can buy it. Because technically, you're not just damaging like the expanded universe by doing that. You're also taking away all the hard work that people have put into writing that stuff. No, I'm talking about like the artists, the people who wrote and made this shit. Like these people put their own hard work into it, and like there's a difference when it falls into obscurity because it's still available for people who knew it to read it. But like when you say it just doesn't exist and stop the presses, like you're just throwing all their hard work in the bin.
You're saying your stuff is not good enough to be real Star Wars.
Or sorry, we made it up, and get rid of it all. Like just get rid of it all.
Yeah. Somebody should make a sticker sheet, and they can sell this. And okay, scroll down, go back to that picture that has Legends on it for a second.
I can't. I got rid of it.
Okay, can't go back. I don't know how it works. Sorry, folks. Okay, someone should sell a sticker sheet, and they'll be just the same exact size as that little yellow label that says Legends, except it'll say Classics. There you go. And you peel it off and you stick it onto the book. Now you fixed it. I fixed it for you. Classics.
That's awful. Don't do that.
Yeah. Well, people used to do that. Well, no, they did that. I think I can't remember if it's the Han Solo Adventures or the Lando Calrissian Adventures, but one of them it says Classic Star Wars on it. Classic Star Wars. Like, is it really Classic Star Wars? Well, it's from a very early era. I guess the Lando Calrissian ones was about the time of Return of the Jedi, but the Han Solo ones was 1979, wasn't it? like before Empire came out.
Maybe. Man, you're getting into like real early fucking. Yeah, I think you're
Splinter
getting
of the
into.
Mind's Eye.
Yeah, Splinter of the Mind's Eye
Yeah.
was one of the first ones. Oh.
Yeah, if not the first.
Yeah, I think it
Well, I
was the
mean,
first.
people say, from the Adventures of Luke Skywalker, Star Wars, like the material that's included in that book that's not on screen, you could say that's expanded universe material. Of course, it's from the screenplays and the scripts.
Just telling people how fucking similar this guy looks. And I was trying to look up the Kyle Katarn novels, and I couldn't find them, but like I found this instead. Check it out. He looks very similar.
Man,
Just
this is from Outlaws.
That's Jalen from Outlaws.
Stop that, Jalen. I mean Jaden.
But he's got a cape.
I can see it.
But he's got the tan and like the pants, and it looks very similar in the face.
Yep, he's even got.
I mean, he does have a crop cut, but like it's just like how it's just done. It's very similar.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to evoke.
It's clearly a tribute.
Tribute, yeah.
It's too much. It's too close in appearance.
Does he say any of the catchphrases like "It's offline, locked"? No. Yeah. Jedi.
No. But I can't, like I was mentioning to you before earlier, but Lyle Retarn. This is Lyle.
Definitely not infringement.
No.
He's not canon, but
it's Lyle. It's Lyle and his trusty sidekick, Dan. Dan
Bors.
Yep, Dan Bors.
Flight Officer Dan Bors. What would his ship be called instead of the Moldy Crow?
They call him Lieutenant Dan.
Lieutenant Dan. Magic legs.
No. What they did was they took the first letter of his last name and then swapped it with the first letter of his first name. So that's obviously Kyle Katarn.
Oh.
It
you
still works.
Can't do anything for, it still works. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kyle Katarn versus Kyle Katarn.
Yeah, it's the first letter of his last name is switched. Okay, so it's a completely different guy.
Yep.
Oh, Kyle Katarn.
True.
I see.
Yeah.
Stop that, Jaden.
Well, then Jan Ors would be Own Jors.
Yours. And Jors.
And Jors.
And Jors.
And yours.
Guys, my favorite Jedi is Sook Lywalker.
Sook.
Oh. Good old Sook.
Use the Force, Sook.
Varth Dater.
San Holo. Out the nose. That's right.
About died. Yep, about died over there.
Yep. Live on the RantCast, he died. Yep. Choked on his favorite beverage, not sponsored. Yep. So
yeah, like here. This is how I felt.
So you don't recommend Outlaws unless you get it for free.
I will show you in
$120
in one picture how I feel about Star Wars Outlaws. Give me a second.
Is this the picture of Star Wars Theory crying?
No, but that's pretty funny. I should do that instead.
Yeah. Sorry, Star Wars man.
Sorry, Star Wars man. Oh man, I hate it. Reverts me to DuckDuckGo. Give me a second, because it will ruin the bit if I don't do this now. I want to ruin the bit.
We'll just edit this to make it look like we had like perfect timing.
Right. Here we go. I think. Yeah. Yep. Here it is. For your enjoyment. It doesn't full screen. There it goes. It's full screened.
Your viewing pleasure.
For your viewing pleasure. It doesn't full screen, but I'll just zoom it in real close so it's all pixelated and stuff. So yeah, here you go. Here's how I feel.
Oh man. Yep. Yep. That's what you thought of it.
I hope that helps.
This is a lot.
It's like it was like when you open your gift on Christmas and it's that like you open it up and it reveals that it's like an iPhone, like the latest iPhone that you've been wanting. And then you open the box and there's socks in it.
Oh, the
Oh,
old
I
That's
thought-
Star Wars
iPhone
Outlaws.
trick.
See, I thought you were gonna say it was like, you got the latest iPhone and the box looked good, but then you open it up and it's like one of those iPhones from China.
Falls apart
Yeah.
in your hands.
It's
like
an iPhone 16 and it ends up being 2 iPhone 8s and a
like
freaking Yu-Gi-Oh!
glued
Fusion
together.
card.
It's like Arnold Schwarzenegger in Jingle All the Way, where he goes to the bootleg factory where they've got the Turbo Man dolls, and they're like speaking Spanish, and then the head falls off. It's just like, well, hey, you already paid for it. No
Oh, yeah.
return. No refunds.
I got another one for you. I give Star Wars Outlaws 2 Outriders out of 5 and 3 Dash Rendars out of 10.
Dang.
I mean, I don't want to crap on the game too hard because I haven't played it yet, but also like I don't want to crap on the developers of the game
Massive did a great job
because
I think
like,
it was just corporate
you don't-
meandering.
yeah, a lot of people like don't really understand how the industry works in that aspect. When you have a big publisher like Ubisoft,
Yeah,
or EA, or insert name here, that you got these massive publishers that they're constantly pushing deadlines, and a lot of times the people who are in charge of those deadlines don't understand what it takes to develop a great game. So some of the best games that come out now are from indie developers and publishers who actually understand what it is to develop a game.
Mhm.
So I don't. It's pretty sad when you have a massive company that has this massive budget and they just put out stinker after stinker.
Well, and you can see
I feel like this year
the work
has been
put
pretty
into
bad.
it because, like I said, there are some pretty good locations in this game that you can see and visit that I feel that they could have had. Like they're more than just window dressing, but that's all they are. And like you go there and you're like, oh, cool, and then you leave. Like Tashi Station is a place you can visit in this game. And that's not a place in Star Wars it's mentioned, but there were deleted scenes with the buildings in there from the original trilogy, and they took those and image scanned them and put them in the game. So you can visit
Shape it up,
Tashi
you
Station.
two.
You can go and buy some stuff at Tashi Station, but that's it. Once you get there, it's over. But yeah, sorry, not to interrupt you, Hodge. Go ahead and continue. I want to mention, like, there are good parts to this game, but the meandering is here. It's very much here. Like, and it's like even without all the weird microtransactions and shit, it's just, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, kudos to the developers for doing their research and finding these Easter eggs to put in for players to find. It's just really unfortunate that obviously there were some people in the development team who were very passionate about the source material, that they spent the time to find these Easter eggs and put them in the game. And it's just unfortunate that obviously they were met with these unrealistic deadlines and they had to push through and release a game that is not finished and did not achieve the it didn't achieve the potential that it had. And maybe it still will. I mean, in this day and age, games, they continue to develop them after release. So, I mean, maybe we'll still get some good content from them, some good free additions to the game, but
but that's where
I'm
going
not
to
gonna
stop
hold
you.
my breath.
That's where I'm going to stop you. The season pass is already out, so you have to pay for all those awesome additions. But that's the thing is, EA is big and notorious for making people pay for a season pass and then being, oh, exactly. That summarizes it. Yeah, like, or doing things like, and that brings me to another big thing. You cannot take other people's ships. You can't just hop in any random speeder. You have to use the speeder that's assigned to you, or the ship that's
GTA
assigned
Star
to
Wars
you.
does not exist.
You can't buy or heavily modify your ship's speeder. You can modify it, but it's very small. And you can modify the appearance, but it's color. Or you can add like these little weird trinkets to them. Great. But like, the speeders from Shadows are in there. There's
Outriders.
lands, but not the ships, but the speeders from that, like the
Oh yeah.
Yeah, somebody put those in there.
Swoop bike.
Somebody must have referenced material because those models are in there. Like the ones with like the back seat, the seat that goes all the way up to their back, and like
The swoop
yeah,
bikes.
the swoop
The
bikes.
Harley Davidsons of Star Wars.
And you've got a whole bunch of different like references to different land speeders, and they look like you can ride them. Skiffs are in there, and they bypass you all the time. And I hop on them. I'm trying to like hop on top of them so I can I want to ride these. I want to drive them. You can't.
Yeah. In Jedi Academy, you could do that. You could hop onto any speeder and just
And
drive
how
it
old
wherever.
is Jedi Academy, my friend? It is what? It's on its 20th anniversary.
Yeah.
So
21st.
games
Yeah.
are hard to make. They're really hard to make nowadays. But and referencing to Hodge's comment here, they get met with these crazy ass deadlines, and then when they don't provide or they don't sell, they get fucking dissolved. And it's not Mass's fault for not meeting expectations, because what is in this game most of the time is pretty decent. It's the lack of, and I can tell you from, I don't know when this started development, but from when they announced the game to be released,
2020.
Yeah, so from when they announced it to be released, they had some really high hopes for this title, and Ubisoft is already in the red right now as far as their stock and stuff. So they were hoping this is going to be a good cash in. And like I said, I don't know how or why Disney decides to give these IPs or to give their licensing rights over to EA and Ubisoft, especially when Ubisoft, the reason half the time they're in the red is because they were caught for, half their division was caught for, I don't know, allegations of sexual misconduct or money laundering or stuff like that. It's crazy. That's half the reason why Beyond Good and Evil 2 isn't even remotely coming out ever in our lifetime, if at all. Because that was the title that was used for that. So I don't understand. This is the first Ubisoft title I've played since what? Odyssey? No, Valhalla. And I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah. And I bought those games at a discounted price. I have not bought a Ubisoft title at full price in a long time.
And the real kicker is that Ubisoft's going to be like, "Whoa, don't get mad at us. These guys develop the game. You know,
but
they're
yeah,
gonna be like,
that's
we're just a publisher. We just take responsibility for advertising the game and releasing the game and promoting the game and blah 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 blah. You know, these guys are the ones that made it, so like you can't be mad at us if the game's not good. But it's like
oh, yeah,
you guys gave the studio less than 4 years to develop this game.
yeah.
Like you don't understand how much time it takes to do a game very well. Rockstar Games will tell you. They'll tell you how long it takes to develop a game and make it good and make it highly detailed, immensely detailed.
So and that's saying something
Top of the
considering
food chain detailed.
yeah, and that's saying something because
There's
what
not
GTA Online is still going for like what we're at its 11th year now, and that's their online platform. Now they've done both a good and bad way to do an online platform, but as far as their single player experiences, I don't think they've failed with a single player experience yet. So
I only wish they would have released some DLC for single player.
yeah,
That was my only gripe about it. Is it's like you have this game that's out for 10 years and it's like you released it on PS3 and Xbox 360 and then you re-released it on Xbox One and PS4 and then you re-released it on PC and then you re-released it on PS5 and Xbox One X.
hey,
And
what is
not a
that?
single time did you think like, what if we added a new single player campaign
What does that
from
remind you of though? Rhymes with Byrim.
yeah. Yeah, it's the same thing. Skyrim though, I mean they kind of kept themselves afloat with their mod support,
Yeah,
you know, because people could do whatever they wanted. And I mean GTA has mod support too, but as far as like single player stuff goes, like
they're
there's not really
very against it though. I remember there one time they were actively fighting against that. That's half the reason why. What was it? A lot of the really good mods you have to like. It's almost harder to use Open 4 nowadays than it was 5-6 years ago.
yeah. Well, and they had to backtrack on that a little bit because I don't think they truly understood how many copies of their game was sold simply because of things like GTA roleplay
Yeah,
and the mods that are associated with that, and the modability of the game. You know, you could essentially go in and replace every car model with a mod, and you could replace some of their buildings that are loosely based on real life with a real life replication of that building. You
yeah.
could recreate Los Angeles in that game, and somebody could go in and live their life in Los Santos
I have
that's faithfully recreated, you know.
what was it?
um
GTA Real or whatever. Or yeah, I've played that. What was it? They have that 5 Real or whatever, that mod for
mhm.
that, and then that I have that mixed with their LSPD thing. So
Yeah, and it's like they don't understand. I bought GTA 5 3 times: Xbox 360,
that's
Xbox
insane.
One, and PC. I had it on Xbox 360 originally. I got it as a Christmas gift, I think. And when Xbox One came out, I was like, "Oh my gosh, the graphics are better. I got to get it." So I got it on Xbox One, and then I built a PC because and I built a PC because I was watching YouTube videos of people doing GTA RP, and I was like, I want to be able to do that. That was why I built a PC. I later found out GTA RP is not really my thing. You know, I
It's
appreciate people who do it,
it's wacky, but
and
you can do that. You can put all that stuff in single player. You don't have to get 5M.
yeah. But that was the reason why I built a PC, was like for 5M and modding games or whatever. And then for them, and that's the reason why I bought a copy of the game on PC. So I've bought the game 3 times. 4 times actually, because I bought it as a gift for somebody too. But like, I don't think they understood how much of their sales came from the modding community. And so for them to like, they acquired 5M, and then for them to attack the modding community, I get they had legal pressure from companies because people were putting licensed products in their mods and what have you, but how can they be held responsible for that?
Yeah, see that I
You
don't
know,
know. It's
it's
crazy on that front, like because they're not selling the product modded, so it's something
Mhm.
where somebody's adding it for their own personal use. Like the only thing I could think of is when somebody's, and that goes to a whole other subject for RantCast, like when, because it's like somebody who makes a passion project for an IP and they get cease and desisted. But like as far as modding goes, I feel like that's something where they're like, most of the time mods get shut down is because they're like, well, we don't want you altering the original product because it can divert from sales or how the original product is sold. And when it came to GTA, it was weird because the only thing that was doing was bumping sales because people wanted to buy it to mod the game. So now they
yeah,
allow it, but they still update the fucking Rockstar Games launcher every 2 seconds because of GTA Online. And me and Rockstar Games launcher had this ongoing battle because I'm a guy who worked, well, because of internet security, I had to cycle my email addresses at one point in time. And now I own the game on Epic because their fucking product support for the games launcher is not only slow, but they don't always understand the issue that you had. And since that email was linked, my other email was linked to that game, I was fucked. And granted, my fault, right? But you don't automatically think when you're doing that to prevent yourself from identity fraud that, oh, I should probably first switch my games over from Rockstar Games Launcher to a new email. So not only do I hate it because like it keeps you sometimes from playing your game offline, but like it constantly updates so it can break mods, it can fuck with shit. And if you're not good or familiar with modding or how to update certain files or something like that, it can be a real pain in the ass to keep your single player experience modded. Um,
hmm
I think it's slowed down a tad, and it's better with like Red Dead. But as far as that goes, um, yeah, I think that's why people just more go towards like 5M because like their servers refresh all the time, and like they don't have to worry about it. They can just throw their shit on 5M, or they go onto somebody else's server and they can play. That just downloads from their server and they can just go. There are tons of empty servers on 5M now for GTA roleplay, but like a lot of the time, you are you have to interact with people or you have to do something. So, um, and it's fun, but it's a unique experience. You get some wacky people on there. Um, but yeah, that's why I've done like things like 5Real, which is single player. It just converts the city into Los Angeles. It uses real ads, uses different music, real cars, changes your items. Guns are real. That changes the sounds, stuff like that. You can add more vegetation. You can add real traffic density. Pedestrian density's up, but you have to have a better system in order to do that. So, like, and modding it is crazy because it uses the certain Windows installers to upload packages, and I think they do like they're at 14 packages now. So you have to upload each or download each package and install each package. So, but they also charge like they have a Patreon. You have to go into their Patreon in order to have it. They charge money. It's not a lot. It's like $5, but like, and you don't have to keep buying it. You can take that update and then wait if you want to get their next update. Then you'll have to pay for it again. But like, they have a pretty decent Discord and they have a team that works on that and updates it every month. So I enjoy it. I'll come back to it every
It's
year.
pretty sad when the team of 5M puts more time and effort into developing a mod for a game than a lot of game companies put into making the game itself.
Oh yeah, indeed. But that's been a thing for a long time. Modding communities to me are bread and butter. Like when your game gets old and boring and you're looking to expand that experience,
New
you
hotness.
look for your modding community. Battlefront 2, the original Battlefront 2 was awesome for that. Pandemic made a great game, but you could make your game even better by modding it. Different factions, better maps, more than 16 players on the battlefield. You could add up to 36 or 50. It was intense, and
Wow.
modding was endless. And that was back in the day when it was easy. You just drag and drop files into your Battlefront folder. Not editing any files or like fucking with the fucking launcher, shit like that. It was pretty simple. But before we close, does anybody else have any more to say on our current topic? We're running at 4 hours and 30 minutes. I'm sorry, I gotta cut it short.
Talking about mods, did you see the and about Battlefront? The Arma is a game. Is okay. They have the same mechanics. They did an entire mod for to transform the game practically in Battlefront.
Yes, I actually watched the Battle of Megiddo. Somebody hosted the Battle of Megiddo in Arma Zeus,
It's
I think.
huge. The map is huge. Yes.
Yep.
Wow.
That is an amazing mod.
And like they were all real people. All real people
Yeah.
who were given a briefing on an actual freaking gunship. And
Look
like
awesome.
that a guy who like stood there and told them like, you're going to this LZ, you're going to this LZ, and like you're fighting droids, and like what would happen is the game master would spawn in the droids, and like those guys would go down, and once they were dead. So they got to do their own little like role play of like the Battle of Megiddo and like certain like parts of the Clone Wars, and it was intense. Like I was like, man, I don't know if I could do that, because like there was like you had different voice channels. It was complicated, but
Yeah.
it'd be fun if you could get it down.
I see the Battle of Kashyyyk. They start from the Star Destroyer, and they come out with the LAT, the transports. And they go to the beach. It's amazing.
It's
Well, that's
crazy.
cool.
And it's all
That's
coordinated
dedication.
too. Yeah.
That's
So
dedication. Yeah. Those are fans right there.
yeah, it's one of those things where like if you have kids or something, you're taking like the night off for something like that, because like there's no pause, there's no getting up, and that's like, man, I don't know if I could do that, because I think my wife would kill me spending that much time in like a military environment. But like watching it is fun. It'd be fun to play, and it's just fun to watch, because you watch all those people and they're coordinated, they talk to each other, you know. If they have questions, the game master, battle master will speak to them usually. It's fun. It's fun to watch. But yeah, I've seen a couple of like rounds like that in Arma, and like Arma Zeus just naturally is fun. But yeah, you throw Star Wars in there. I think I did a stream where I tried to make my own scenario in Arma with some Star Wars models, and just doing it by myself took forever. But yeah, that was that'd be fun to do. Anybody else?
All I've got to say is that Disney, when Cloud Imperium finishes Star Citizen in 2048, you need to give them the IP rights to develop an open world Star Wars game. Okay.
I'll be looking forward to it in 2048.
Dang.
Oh man. I even want to think
you
about how
imagine?
old I'm gonna be in 2048.
But could you imagine a game like Star Citizen or Elite Dangerous, but Star Wars?
Okay, I would love something similar to that. Elite Dangerous has such a learning curve, though. Like, I don't know how many times I've come back to Elite Dangerous, but yes, I would like something like that. Something like completely open world. Like something seriously, like just even something simple. Like something simple or generate like I back in the day, man, like I was hoping for something just as simple as No Man's Sky. You have a universe to explore. Just to introduce me, get my feet wet. And then we can take off and get more complicated. But but yeah, I don't know if we'll ever get there. Like just asking for the good sequels to games now are impossible. Like we had really good Star Wars games coming before Disney bought the IP, and they were all wiped because they thought they could do better, and I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting. Like you released one mildly decent title, and like I said, I'll give them Fallen Order because Fallen Order was a better title than the rest of the dog shit they were releasing. So when I've had dog shit surrounded, when I've been surrounded by dog shit for the last couple of years, you know, something not dog shit is better than dog shit, I guess. I don't know. Like you eat the shit sandwich so much, I mean anything could taste good. So but I will say Fallen Order was good for a platformer, Metroidvania, had a slightly decent story. You know, it had its moments, but like I'm
And if your
getting
save
older.
hadn't been corrupted,
No, that was
Jedi Survivor.
Jedi Survivor. Yeah, so that was their sequel.
But I
You
was
know,
saying, like, if your save hadn't been corrupted in Jedi Survivor, would you have said that was a worthy?
at the point where I
Oh,
was, yeah, because if you watch my playthrough, when I got to that turning point, man, I was invested. I was ready to go. The game was fucking unoptimized. It was a piece of crap, and like I was still ready to go because it didn't matter. Like I played games that looked shitty, but they could get you going by telling a story, and that was it. And
yeah,
like
gameplay
that
is
game was
king.
telling me something, and like it was leading me in certain places. It took me to different worlds, and I was like, okay, I can get into this. And like finally, when the story took off and the plot was turning and I was getting close to end game, I was like, oh shit. And I was like ready to go. And then it was like, your save's been corrupted. And I'm like, okay, I'm done. We're
It
done
killed your
here.
momentum. Yeah,
Yeah. Like we're done here. Officially done. I
we're all
don't
done
think
now here.
I
All
had
good.
more of a what the fuck face. And like I said, I think that's still on stream somewhere. I put a final at the end of my last stream on Twitch. Like it just says final incomplete because
Okay.
I was not willing to restart, go all the way to where I was and finish streaming. I just was not. So yeah, I've been slowly playing it the last couple of years, on and off. I just I that has ruined my experience. I don't think I'll ever pick up another like version of that game. If they release a sequel to it, I don't think I'll be ready to pick it up because that genre is now ruined to me because I had to speed run through it to get to where I was at or try to get to where I was at. And I already have enough time with the hard like I already have enough of a time chewing through those types of games.
No cloud
So
saving.
yeah, no, and like I said, yeah, EA can kiss my ass at that point. I'm so done with their crap with their video games. Their hollow linear dog shit experiences. Like they are literally the worst. And they are the worst. They You kind of look at Ubisoft and you go, "Oh, Ubisoft," and you pat them on the head and you send them on their way as they try to sell you something. And you go, "No, no, no," because they're not doing right. But like EA is just it's bad. It's that dude in the trench coat in the corner trying to sell you the death sticks. So I don't know. I don't like it. Don't like it. Don't want it. I can live without it. So, but yeah, that's it for me tonight. Do we have anything else, Kurgan, before we close?
Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite.
Oh, you are ready, good sir. I can already tell. I can
Man.
hear
Well, guys,
the.
appreciate you guys having me on.
Hey,
So,
yeah,
Yeah,
man.
thanks
Like I
for
said,
joining.
it's
Good hanging
open
out.
anytime. So like when we open up that channel, free to come hop on. So we'll
Yeah.
go ahead and we'll let people hop off the channel whenever they're ready, or you guys can stick around. We're just gonna go ahead and keep you guys muted. We'll go ahead and do our outro here now. So like I said before, I do want to thank Bohemyus, Jacer, Hodge for joining us in this discussion. You guys are always welcome to hop onto the RantCast Podcast when we open up the channel. If you don't have a link to our Discord, just send us a message in chat. We'll send you a link. As far as that goes, my name is Josh. I'm also known as the StrangeBus. You can find me at twitch.tv/StrangeBus. That's twitch.tv/StrangeBus. It's getting late for me. I'm joined by my other host here. It's Kurgan. Go ahead and do your plug-in for me, Kurgan, because I am losing my will to speak. I don't have my drink anymore, so I can't.
Yeah. Thank you. I had a great time. Twitch.tv/HeroQuest Check us out. XSC3, home of HeroQuest fans on YouTube. The HeroQuest fans Discord community.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Chell.
you guys.
But yeah,
Chell, bro. Great.
Yeah, I want to appreciate everybody for hopping on and following and being part of the community. Like I said, we're going to be doing this every Tuesday starting at 9 p.m. If we can get it all managed. And like I said, new topics happening every week. Besides that, I don't think I've forgotten everything. Have a great night, everybody. Take care of yourselves and each other. And we'll see you next time on the RantCast Podcast. Have a good night.
RantCast.
Just a real quick message before the stream officially ends. If you do want to stick around, the channel will be raiding. Just stick around if you're not tired, and we'll be raiding the next channel. If not, have a great night.